Hello and welcome to the 2021 Future of Education Summit. My name is Zinati Guma. We have a very exciting program planned for you today with speakers and panelists from around the globe addressing the most pressing issues in the education sector. The theme is redefining the purpose of education, and we're going to examine the way that the COVID-19 pandemic has changed and affected the education landscape, especially on the African continent. And of course, we have seen with the changing mode of work, we need to have an education system that caters to that changing landscape. And one of our first moderators is Gugulethu Mfuphi. Thank you so much for having us, for joining us, Gugu.
I'm so excited to be back, and I must say it's quite a privilege and honor to moderate some of the two key conversations that we will be discussing here today, primarily focusing, as you mentioned, on the overriding theme regarding the purpose of education in the 21st century. And this is where we'll be asking questions as to why is it that we continue to educate our citizens, especially given that in this bleak economic climate, we are witnessing that there isn't much in terms of job creation or skills development that is taking place. We'll also build that up on unpacking the theme and concept around lifelong learning. If the pandemic has taught us anything, Zinati, is the importance of constantly reinvesting in ourselves as well as personal development to make sure that we're able to adapt as well as to adjust to the environment by showing and proving that we're quite agile. So looking forward to these conversations throughout the course of the day.
Indeed. Well, it's great to have you with us, Gugu. Very excited for those panels. But before we start with the formal proceedings, let's have a look at this background to today's theme.
The experience enforced globally by the COVID-19 pandemic in all walks of life and endeavors has brought educators to the point of questioning the purpose of education, whether it needs to be redefined and to what extent. Through the years, educators have grappled with this question against varying historical backdrops. In 1934, American philosopher, psychologist, and educational reformer John Dewey wrote, "Any education is, in its forms and methods, an outgrowth of the needs of the society in which it exists." In the 20th century, society valued compliance and conformity, where corporations dominated and people were expected to work for the same company for decades, and the education system prepared students for that reality. Although the 21st century brought with it a greater demand for flexibility, creativity, and agility, the education system lagged behind. How is education faring today as the world, still in the thrall of the pandemic, faces challenges demanding more creative, innovative, and agile responses? Previous Future of Education summits explored education's response to technological development in the fourth industrial revolution and practical changes and developments in learning methods and curricula. The pandemic has further increased the role of technology in education delivery and in the workplace. Increasingly, people are able to work from home, and skills needed in the workplace are evolving. On the brink of societal change, we need to redefine the purpose of education and how this purpose, in turn, will inform areas in the education system, such as leadership, curriculum development, skills and capacity building, psychological impact, technology and learning methodologies, wider-ranging credentials, and financing.
I'd now like to acknowledge the presence at this virtual summit today of Rakesh Wahi, the founder of the Future of Education Summit and the co-founder of the ABN Group, Professor Muhammad Salifu, Director General at the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, Busi Mabuza, Chair of the Board of the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa, Roberta Naika, the Managing Director of the ABN Group, and professors and public and private sector leaders from Africa and around the world. Welcome and thank you for joining us for today's exciting discussions. Joining me now to welcome our first speaker for the day.
Welcome address by Rakesh Wahi, founder of the Future of Education Summit and co-founder of the ABN Group.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege for me to welcome you to the Future of Education Summit 2021. I spent the last few months in India and witnessed at close quarters the carnage the country has gone through during the second wave. Sadly, it appeared that no one learned any lessons from 2020 and assumed that the pandemic was over. As the country is slowly getting back to its feet, there are few families that were not affected in one way or another from COVID 19. The scars will heal, but the memories of this suffering will remain entrenched in the hearts and minds of people all over the world. The warnings from the WHO and other multilateral organizations must be taken seriously, and we must not put our guards down. I do want to caution everyone that as we plan the future, let us not forget the present, where the worst of the pandemic is not over, and we must act responsibly until everyone is vaccinated and COVID is behind us. The last 16 months of the pandemic have forced all industries to transform. The pace of change has been rapid. More importantly, acceptance and adapting to change has been expeditious, as people had few choices owing to restrictions, including but not limited to mobility. The way we fulfill our needs has changed dramatically, and I dare say that a large part of this evolution is going to remain irreversible. This current transformation has impacted the education industry significantly. While there was a trend towards edutech and online education, the pandemic expedited the move to online teaching and learning. It has exposed both the opportunities and the weaknesses of online education, and it is evident that the way forward will be a version of blended learning. The student experience is at the heart of the first degree earned by young graduates, and therefore, there is a reluctance on the part of educators to move away from this important value. This, however, will be impacted by student mobility as cross border movement restrictions will prevent international students from traveling. Some countries, like Australia, have been stricter than others, and the lack of access will escalate the need for collaborations and partnership models for the future. Even those that did not believe in offshore campuses will be forced to consider the need for satellite campuses if they are to stay truly international. One of the questions being asked today is whether the current pathway for academic progression relevant for the future. This question applies for most students and not just the small percentage that get PhDs and are academically inclined. Students are truly concerned about their ability to find relevant jobs after finishing university. As illustrated by the African Development Bank, the majority of youth in Africa do not have stable economic opportunities. The AFDB reported that out of the 420 million African youth aged between 15 and 35, one third are unemployed, and another third are vulnerably employed. Youth face roughly double the unemployment rate of adults, with significant variation by country. While 10 to 12 million youth enter the workforce each year, only 3.1 million jobs are created, leaving a vast number of them unemployed. This is a serious issue facing us, as youth unemployment will lead to other societal problems. The pandemic has further compounded unemployment across the globe, particularly white-collar jobs. Research shows that there are more highly educated people among the unemployed than the employed. Families are investing heavily in education that may not ensure sustainable employment. While some may argue that this is a temporary phase, the overwhelming reality is that employers today want work-ready staff and not those that need 6 to 9 months to train. Skill-based learning is becoming an essential part of the pedagogy. Furthermore, employers are looking for multi-skilled and outcome-based employees who are tech savvy and can seamlessly work remotely. The facilitation of cross-program choices is becoming a necessity. It is evident that the needs of the demand side of the equation are changing rapidly, and education providers and regulators need to correspondingly enable the supply side. Summarizing my discussions with various ministers of education across sub Saharan Africa, the key message has been to move away from traditional graduate and postgraduate programs into technical and vocational education. Governments are happy to subsidize 100% students up to secondary education, but after school, they want to encourage skills based education. This is based on national goals, sectors in which investments are likely to take place, and a skills audit to better understand the gaps between available skills and opportunities. The education sector, particularly the private sector, needs to recognize and align with these strategic goals so that capacity is created to meet demand. These paradigm changes bring me to the theme of today's conference, redefining the purpose of education to align with the needs of the fourth industrial revolution and those of our future generations. The purpose of education has evolved over the last 100 years from preparing contributing members of society to critical thinkers, teaching morality, enabling creativity and productivity, thereby resulting in a learning and ethical society. However, each of these values limits the scope of education in today's context. If we recognize that education must address the needs of the society in which it exists, then it's clear that we have to adapt to the current and future needs as they evolve. An essential aspect of change is not to simply tweak an existing model, but rebuild a model that is universally acceptable. If education is a journey, then every effort must be made to ensure that the stages are modular and allow for a unified accreditation that is recognized as a common standard. The European Union recognized the need for unification through the Bologna reform process that was started in 1999. Similar standardization is needed across the African continent with the purpose of having a higher education system that has an inclusive and innovative approach to teaching and learning, a homogeneous international collaboration in research and innovation, and the ability to ensure a sustainable future. While I have painted a high level picture with current realities, there are a multitude of additional matters that will be addressed in the discussions with our esteemed panelists today. We have speakers from all over the world, and this forum is all about thought leadership and collaborations. We must work together, leveraging our individual and organizational strengths for a better future. Finally, I'd like to thank the Eiffel Corp, WUMA, Vodacom, the Transnational Academic Group, the University of Cape Town, the University of Johannesburg, Curtin University Dubai, Lancaster University Ghana, CNBC Africa, and Forbes Africa for supporting this forum. We could not have done it without you. With these words, I welcome you all to what I believe will be an excellent and interactive forum. Your presence and contribution are appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wahi, for your insights and for bringing us the Future of Education Summit, now in its 7th year, and this is the second time that we are coming to you virtually. Allow me to introduce our next speaker.
Sponsor address by William Zimba, Chief Executive Officer at Vodacom Business.
Greetings and thank you for the opportunity to be part and parcel of this very relevant topic as part of the Future of Education Summit 2021, themed for this year, redefining the purpose of education. And I think this topic comes at the most appropriate moment, given where we are. Just for context, I would like to say we all understand that the COVID-19 pandemic has completely disrupted how we lived, how we worked, and how we delivered education, and how our kids learned. And therefore, as we think about the future of education and what the purpose of education is meant to be, the context of the disruption brought about by the pandemic needs to be forefront in our minds. And there are reasons why we have to do that. It's because the way in which we had defined education, the way in which we had delivered education, and the way in which we had curated education, I believe in my humblest of humble opinions that it is no longer relevant. COVID-19 pandemic, what it has taught us, firstly, is that as humans, we are susceptible to pandemics that could potentially create major discontinuities in our lives, threaten the existence of humankind, and therefore we need to stand ready in all respects at all times. We also have learned that we were all not prepared for such a pandemic of proportions we have seen, where at a point in time, during the height of the pandemic, we saw more than 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries, education being disrupted. Specifically in this continent, we learned, painfully so, that our governments, our education systems, and society at large were not ready for this kind of a disruptive force that swept through all corners and spheres of government and society. So I am going to today share with you a couple of perspectives from where I come from and where I sit. I have to declare I'm not an academic, I'm just a normal citizen, and my perspectives are driven by my observations and are supported by my knowledge as a practitioner in the ICT space, and particularly someone who has been at the heart of attempting to save the academic year of 2020 in relation to curating various technological solutions and or digital platforms to help our kids to continue to learn. I've had various engagements at different levels, Minister of Higher Education, Minister of Basic Education, various MECs in the different provinces, vice chancellors, principals, TVET colleges, heads and leads, students, teachers across the board. Because at the time when we understood that the academic year of 2020 was significantly disrupted, many of those that I have mentioned came to us as Vodacom and said, how can you help us solve and save the academic year? I have to say, regrettably, although we tried our best endeavors and best efforts, there had been still a lot of kids that were not able to save the academic year. And it is sad because the difference between those that were able to save the academic year and those that weren't able to save the academic year was what I call the connectivity deficit that we have, which is brought about by just the sheer disparities we have in terms of those that have and those that do not have. And so we set ourselves through a lot of effort between ourselves and our partner, Microsoft. We put together a team and we looked at what can we do collectively in the shortest possible time to curate the right platforms to help sustain learning. And of course, we succeeded in launching a digital platform supported by Vodacom's vast knowledge and technology and network and of course by Microsoft's platforms supported by the Teams, Office 365, A1 SKU that they offer to universities, schools, and institutions of learning on a free basis. And our view was, how could we take that capability and pull it through our network, overlay affordable data on a bring your own device basis to allow education to continue. And we've been able to curate and support more than 500,000 students to continue learning during the pandemic. I wanted to give you this background so that you can understand why earlier I said we were not ready. Now, in the context of where we have more than 12 million learners at any point in time at all spheres of our learning institutions, you can imagine that the task was enormous. Now, if we have to think about redefining education and repurposing education, first and foremost, we have to think about what education is all about today. Yes, of course, we still think about education that has been defined many years ago, purposely curated for the Industrial Revolution. I dare say it's no longer relevant because, as you all know, Industrial Revolution has come and gone, superseded by the Internet Revolution, and now superseded by what we call the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is now ushering the digital world. And we have, in this continent alone, close on 53% of our people who've not even seen the internet. Now, how can we even begin to talk about delivering education in a hybrid supported by digital technologies? It means there's just a sheer number of people who are going to be omitted out of that ecosystem of learning. And we can't afford to do that. We have to embrace and bring everyone. What is important to think about the theme of redefining the purpose of education is that we have to think about education that is not only about preparing people to be employees. We have to think about education that is about preparing humans to be able to interact in the most effective and the most productive way, to be able to survive in very complex and very challenging environments. We have to be able to give people the ability to learn, not only by memorizing things and being able to regurgitate them, but being able to know which resources to use whenever they require a certain amount of knowledge. Today, if you take kids, put them in a classroom, ask them a very difficult question, and give them 5 minutes to think through how they would resolve the question, many of them would not struggle trying to go to a book, to a library, to an encyclopedia, but many of them will think about Google. They'll just Google it. Or they'll just Yahoo it. And they'll find the answer. Now, when you take all these concepts and put them all together, you can now understand that we should not be thinking about education for purposes of preparing people to be workhorses. Because in that way, we are going to be confining learning to a dimension of life and of living that is not fit for the future and where we are needing to go. Because we know today that very repetitive functions in our businesses and everywhere else can now be performed by robots. We know that artificial intelligence and advanced AI can deal with those kind of complex, repetitive jobs. So what do we need to be teaching our kids? We need to be teaching them grit. And grit, it's all about resilience. It's all about knowing who to ask. It's all about what one good friend of mine said, not about to be responsible only, but to be able to be response-able. Now, to teach someone to be response-able means irrespective of what challenge they are given, they should then be able to know what resources to find that can then deal with the issue that they have before them. Of course, they need to retain knowledge. They need to be able to have EQ. They need to be taught SQ, social quotients. They need, of course, not only be taught to develop their IQ, but of course, they need to be taught also to develop their digital intelligent quotients. So let me wrap it up and leave it there. I've given you a couple of pointers and teasers, and I hope they will form a foundation of the discussions that are going to take place on this wonderful platform. We as Vodacom are excited to be part of this. And as you know that we are very committed as part of our purpose of connecting for a better future to continue delivering digital inclusion as well as inclusion in totality and as well as saving the planet. And that our contribution in terms of just our eSchool platform during this pandemic has seen quite a sizable number of young people accessing our platforms for free for as long as they are on our network. They could be on that platform, which is approved by the government and the education departments. And we continue to encourage everyone to use all the resources that are available today so that we can expedite and close the gap that was left by the year that is lost. And also in this year, we already have seen some disruption in the way of delivering education. And unless we can collectively think about what we are going to do there as people in the education sector, in the private sector, and also in government, I think we would have condemned a young generation 10, 11 years from today to the abyss of non-digital and out of the education system. And that will be a pity. Thank you.
Right, and that was William Zimba, the CEO of Vodacom Business, really emphasizing that we need to create an education system that not only prepares people purely for employment to be work horses, but to be able to interact in life in the most effective way, to have grit and to be responsible. Now, before we get to the first panel of a discussion on the topic, the purpose of education in the 21st century, let's meet our next speaker.
We now meet Professor Mark E. Smith, Vice-Chancellor at Southampton University, in conversation with CNBC Africa Editor-in-Chief Godfrey Mutizwa on the topic, the purpose of education in the 21st century.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Godfrey Mutizwa. I am the editor of CNBC Africa. Our business here is to tell stories about the business landscape in Africa, and education is an integral part of that. The next panel is going to be on the purpose of education in the 21st century. But before we get there, I wanted to share with you the thoughts of Professor Mark Smith, Vice-Chancellor, Southampton University in the United Kingdom. Professor, welcome back. It's good to have you back, even though we have you virtually, and I'm looking forward to sharing your thoughts on what education will look like in the 21st century.
So Godfrey, thank you for that warm welcome, and it's an absolute pleasure to be at this Future of Education Summit. It's been my pleasure to actually take part in this summit for a number of years now. I've always looked forward to it. There's been great discussion at it, and even though this year it's virtually rather than in person, I'm sure it will be a great meeting. And I'd like to acknowledge some old friends, Mr. Rakesh Wahi, the founder of the Future Education Summit and co-founder of the ABN Group, Mrs. Roberta Naker, who's the managing director of ABN Group, Mrs. Buzi Mabuza, who's the chair of the board of International Development Corporation of South Africa, and Professor Mohammed Salufi, the Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. And in my previous role at the University of Lancaster, the interactions with Ghana in particular and Rakesh and his team meant we managed to come to reality new educational offerings in Africa, which I was truly grateful to be a part of. And thanks to all those colleagues, And I'd also like to welcome all of the professors who are taking part in this summit and other colleagues, and I look forward to talking to you, Godfrey.
So you have been with us for the past 3 or 4 years. I wanted to get from you the value that you think the forum offers.
Yeah, so I think what it does from my perspective, it covers 2 or 3 really valuable items. The first is it allows me, almost as an outsider, to understand what the African scene is about, because education is really a global activity, but of course there are local nuances to it, and being able to understand them from people who are day in, day out practitioners on the African continent has really been a great and valuable experience to me. The other thing is, I think the summit brings together all different perspectives. It brings together the perspectives, obviously, of the education providers, but also of the policymakers and those people, particularly business, who many of our graduates will go on to work with. So hearing what they want from education and how education fits into the development of each individual country and then Africa as a continent has been truly valuable. And I really value being part of these conversations.
They say you should never waste a good crisis. So I imagine this is as good a time as any to rethink the purpose of education. And I want to know from you whether you think we should be coming in with a big scalpel, or you think we should perhaps be tinkering around the edges without destroying what we already have, because it does serve purpose.
Well, I think, as you say, COVID has made us all think very carefully about how we deliver education, and all of us have had to grapple with moving rapidly much of our operation online. And I think what it's allowed us to do is think about the model and the ways we deliver education. I think there's always going to be a hugely important part about the personal, person-to-person interaction that people need in education. However, what I think it's taught us is that blended approaches can be very effective. And thinking about where does that person-to-person interaction make the most difference? And because people's time is very valuable, it's a hugely important commodity, then making sure we maximize the effective use of it and not just go on with standard models is what COVID has allowed us to do. And I think that what you'll find an increasing number of different approaches from different organizations. The other thing it's absolutely emphasized from my perspective is how the digital playing field needs to be as level as possible, and how one of the great kind of values in society these days should be the provision of digital capability. So digital poverty has meant that students from different backgrounds have been able to experience education very differently. That was always there. But what COVID has done is it's brought a huge magnifying glass and showed us just how important making sure that a level digital playing field is one of the ways we can make society more equal. And therefore, I think it's incumbent on education providers and also governments to think about how they put the infrastructure in place to make sure that that digital disparity is as low as possible.
Yeah. Your own university, of course, as well as many other universities around the United Kingdom and indeed in other parts of the world, have been impacted by COVID-19. I wanted to know how it's changed the way you do things at the university and how a future University of Southampton might look like.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great question, and we're still grappling with it, because I think that the equilibrium position that universities will get to in the new normal, whatever that is, I think will be very different depending on the type of institution. But I would say 2 clear things here. The first is that what we had to do was accelerate our ability to teach much more of our curriculum online, because we had to. There was no option. Now, I think what we did was good, but it was certainly not perfect. And therefore, we've learned a lot because we've been forced to look at it this way. And we'll take some of those learning about delivering a blended approach to our education into the new normal. What I also think it's done is it's fundamentally asked questions about the way the curriculum is structured, i.e. the big lecture. What role does that play? The large set piece lecture in person. What role does that play? Is it more effective to do more of that online? And it goes back to the point I was making a few minutes ago, which is where is the best use of person-to-person interaction? And what we're doing is we're rethinking our curriculum to make sure that those questions are answered much more proactively than they were previously, because I think there will be new models. The other thing to say is that you've talked, and this summit, of course, about education, but universities, of course, are organisations as well as education establishments. And the way we run those organisations, I think, will change. And what I mean by that is the way we need office space, the way that we need back office function to be physically located on our site. We'll still need that, of course we will, but do we need as much? And in fact, can we give more flexibility to the way people carry out their lives and their jobs? And I think what COVID has shown us is people can be in some ways empowered by having that greater flexibility and still being highly productive. So I think it's asked some fundamental questions of organisations.
Absolutely, no question about that, Professor. Thanks very much indeed. That's Professor Mark Smith, Vice Chancellor, Southampton University.
Thank you to CNBC Africa's Editor-in-Chief Godfrey Mutizwa and Professor Mark E. Smith, Vice Chancellor at Southampton University, for that interview, really setting the tone for our first panel discussion today. But before we meet the panelists, let's take a quick peek at the theme for this discussion.
Why do we educate young people? Currently, the answer to that question is to meet the manpower needs of industry and economic needs of societies. Consequently, it is industry that determines the nature and focus of educational systems. This is the approach to education challenged by the late Sir Ken Robinson when he said, "The more complex the world becomes, the more creative we need to be to meet its challenges." Education is to help each individual reach their potential in whatever field brings them joy, to teach people how to learn and equip them for lifelong learning, and to develop people into citizens and workers who can contribute to society.
Right, let's meet our panel of experts.
Professor Malcolm McIver, CEO and Provost at Lancaster University in Ghana. Professor Seth Kunin, Deputy Vice Chancellor International at Curtin University in Perth. Professor Mamokgethi Phakeng, Vice Chancellor at the University of Cape Town. Professor Zebulon Vilakazi, Vice Chancellor and Principal at the University of the Witwatersrand. The moderator is Gugulethu Mfuki, broadcaster and financial journalist.
Well, a very good morning to each and every one of you once again, and thank you so much not only for joining us on our live platform on Hop In, but also for joining us on CNBC Africa channel 410. Again, thank you to Zinati as well for giving us an overview and the introduction to today's conversation, which really does set the foundation of the overriding theme that we look to unpack here this morning, in terms of how best do we redefine the purpose and the role and function of education, but also how do we make sure that the purpose of education for the 21st century is adequately identified. Well, in light of the recent pandemic, how this has shifted the narrative to more digital resources for learning, and of course understanding the major challenges and inequalities that in most markets have been exacerbated by the lack of resources, lack of adequate opportunities that are available to many participants. These just set the theme and the context and a few ideas that we will venture into in conversation over the next 40 minutes with my panelists. Well, the introductions have been done, and I'm quite excited to speak and to welcome all our panelists on screen: Professor McIver, Professor Kunin, Professor Phakeng and Professor Vilakazi. A very good morning to each and every one of you this morning, and thank you so much for making time to join us. And I guess perhaps to get into the conversation and respond to many of the questions that have been raised and themes and concepts that we want to dive into, perhaps we need to start by getting a clear understanding of what the purpose of education within the 21st century really is, taking into consideration the many and multitude of challenges but opportunities that also remain in this market. I'd like to commence the opening remarks, perhaps by starting with yourself, Professor Mike Ivor. Following that, we'll be sure to get some feedback from your colleagues, following Professor Kunen and Professor Phakeng and Professor Vilakazi. If you could provide us as well with your perspective in that order of your thoughts and themes that you hope to see being prevalent as we define the purpose of education in the 21st century. Professor McIver, the floor is yours. Prof, I think we do need to go back to the rules of 2020 that many of us have gotten quite comfortable with. The proverbial "your mic is on mute" is, I guess, an indicator of the fact that we can't hear you today. But as soon as you start peaking, I'll give you a thumbs up as soon as your audio is clear.
Is my audio clear now, Guru? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Professor McIver. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for that introduction. I think before looking at where we are in the 21st century, it would make sense to actually put it into context. And if you'll forgive me, sounding like an academic, maybe starting with a little bit of a history lesson and explaining how we got to where we are now. And if you look at the history of education, pre-industrial revolution, there was two dominant models that were in place. The first was the elitist model, in which education was very much the preserve of the rich and the religious organizations, the churches, the monasteries. At that time, education was very much learning for the sake of learning. The alternative model, the one that applied to the vast majority of people, was the communal model, in which young people were taught by the community in which they lived. The community taught them their values, they taught them the rules, the regulations, and they also taught them the skills that were necessary to support and maintain the community. So those were the two traditional models pre-industrial revolution. Post-industrial revolution, what happened was education changed and it became available to the masses, but education adopted the industry model. And with the industry model, it was very much about preparing people for the workplace. And that model has remained dominant pretty much ever since. So that's where we are at this moment in time. We have an education system worldwide that is geared up towards preparing people for the workplace. As we move forward further into the 21st century, I would contend we need to move away from this mass production, industrialized model of education and move to a more personalized model of education. You made reference to Sir Ken Robinson earlier on, and I'm a big fan of his work. And Sir Ken talked very much about personalizing education. One of the things he identifies in one of his famous TED Talks is that wherever you go in the world, you will see the same hierarchy of subjects. First place is always STEM, science, technology, mathematics. Second place will be humanities, and third place will be arts. And this is where the funding invariably goes towards those subjects according to that hierarchy. And it makes no difference whether you're studying in Africa, in America, or Europe, that hierarchy remains. So, excuse me. I would contend we need to move away from that. We need to make it more personalized. And by personalized, what I mean is the consumers themselves, the primary stakeholders, should have more control of the direction of education. When we talk about stakeholders these days, we do talk about students, we do talk about parents, we talk about academics, and we talk about industry and government. The reality is that it's an uneven playing field. It's governments and industry who determine what the educational model is going to be. It's governments and industry who will determine what subjects are taught, the hierarchy I referred to earlier on. And in doing so, we actually squeeze out the creativity that Sir Ken Robinson is so keen to say. I would argue that the only way we can get that creativity back is by empowering the primary stakeholders and having bespoke education. And I think digitalization will enable us to do that.
Professor, I'm going to ask you to pause it there because you've certainly helped us to identify and obviously reflect on the history, but of course, very key and pertinent elements that you've highlighted, and I do want us to expand on them in just a moment, primarily going back to creativity and of course, as you mentioned, allowing the primary stakeholders to participate in the development and evolution of education as we need it in the 21st century. But Professor Coonan, I'm keen to get your thoughts here as we do reflect on the purpose of education in the 21st century. What are your ideas, and perhaps are some of them echoing the sentiments of Professor McIver in terms of going back to basics and creativity and moving away from the industrialization model?
I think I would agree with Professor McIver absolutely that what we need to do is move to a much more personalized form of education that focuses on starting with the individual student and where they want to go, what they want to be, and what they want to do. But just to be clear, I think what it will consist of is a number of different ways that education in universities has always tried to be. So I think the idea that we will move totally away from the idea that education is about preparing people to do different types of work, to prepare them for the workplace, I think that's not going to vanish, but it shouldn't be the only driver. It's one driver, and many students will look to that driver. A second driver is the one which has also gone alongside the industrial one, which is to say that education is about preparing students to be active and engaged citizens. It's preparing them to be challenging. It's preparing them to ask the right questions. It's preparing them to be creative in how they wish to think and act in the world. And I think that that's an important part of education as well. And I think it's increasingly important because there's a truism which may not be true, which says that in the next, students of today will have, many different jobs and will need to be prepared for many different types of careers and different skill sets. And that may be true, but let's assume that it is. How do we as a university prepare students to be able to make that kind of life journey? And we prepare them by giving them the skills to be able to engage with the ideas, to be able to engage with the different subjects that they're studying so that they can always move beyond them. So it's not teaching them a narrow skill set, assuming that that's going to be the only skill set that they always will need. It's teaching them skills to be able to understand that skill set, to be able to develop that skill set, and to be able to move beyond that skill set. So I think that that's fundamental. And I think there's one other element that needs to be thought about. Education does have an instrumental aspect, but it also has a transformational aspect. And I think that this is particularly found in the humanities and the arts, which often are seen as the stepchildren in universities. But it misses the fact that these are precisely the disciplines that allow people to make meaning. These are the disciplines that allow people to look at their lives, to make them meaningful, to find beauty and creativity. And we need to recognize that as people move through their lives, they're going to need that skill set as well as the other skill sets I've mentioned. The humanities are an important aspect in understanding what it means to be human and allowing us to act within that world. So
a perfect point there, Professor Coonan, as you mentioned, showing us and reminding us how best to be human even though we adapt to the environment that we're in. I am mindful of time and of course would like to get your comments and feedback as well as our audience members and participants. So if you do have any questions, do be sure to put them into the chat service as we would like to engage and hear your thoughts on that too. But Professor Phakeng, I'm also keen to hear your thoughts and insights as we continue with our opening remarks regarding the repurposing of education in the 21st century. We clearly understand going back to the mandate of personalization, which has been mentioned by some of your colleagues, and of course education being an evolution and transformational. But what are your thoughts in terms of education in the 21st century, and specifically if we could angle this within the African context? Professor Phakeng?
Very much. I mean, I want to start by saying I understand the idea and the common understanding that The current purpose of education is to meet manpower needs of industry and economic needs of societies. And I think it is safe to say that for us at UCT, that we have never subscribed to that purpose. Certainly not for higher education, but also not for basic education. So I'm moving from that premise. I'll talk later about personalized education because I think there's a step before that. We cannot even say we can offer personalized education before we can even offer personalized pacing within the classrooms that we have. But let me then ask, so why do we educate? I mean, for us, we educate to advance the human condition and push the limit of the human mind with collective minds. And that's some of what Seth talked about. And Malcolm also alluded to that. We educate to nurture the hopes of the world. We do that by engaging our students into solving challenges that cross borders, in unlocking and harnessing new knowledge, in building cultural, political understanding, and in new knowledge, or in modeling environments and promoting dialogue and debates. And let me say that the subjects, the disciplines that do this, I mean, oftentimes when we talk about building cultural and political understanding, the immediate easy way to go to is only humanities does that. Well, not really. There's a lot of politics and culture in mathematics, right? So we don't want to argue that. And I want to say it is about what mathematics you teach and how you teach it. So at best, education does more than prepare you just for your first job. It helps you anticipate and perhaps even create your fourth and fifth job, a job that may not even exist now. So to address the challenges that Africa is currently facing around unemployment, we need to be creating not just workers or employees, but also employers, innovators, inventors, entrepreneurs, the people who can help create the new sectors that will improve lives in Africa, and also to help plug the brain drain by creating platforms where educated and skilled workers can develop their potential. Mm-hmm. But as I was thinking about this question, I thought, why is it such a worry? Why are there concerns about the relevance of education today? Why is it? I mean, it's been there, but it's growing. And I think, first of all, I think of course the pandemic did us a favor, disrupted a lot of us in the education sector in particular, and everyone was forced to think about it if they were not thinking about it already. But listen, if truth be told, this question is also relevant because politicians want universities to justify the large sums of money invested in them by contributing solutions to society's urgent problems: poverty, eradication of poverty, service delivery, and so on, and we can go on. And industry is concerned about the quality and employability of university graduates and relevance of their research. And business also is concerned, and so there's concern everywhere. And we've got to understand this in context. And I think sometimes there can be a lost in translation kind of conversation if we don't say, but why is it an issue now? Because it's not just about changing, it's also to understand why is this the case. I would like, of course, as I said, I will talk about personalized pacing within classrooms. And I said, we believe that education, both at basic education and higher education, is not just for employment. Of course, we're breaking boundaries, as you know, with the online high school is part of our move to disrupt basic education as we go on to disrupt higher education.
Indeed. You mentioned a number of very valid points there, Professor Phakeng, and I'm keen for us to deep dive into them in just a moment. As you mentioned, multiple stakeholders have a keen interest into the role and function of education, not only now, but even in years that will go forward, because there is a primary objective to understand that education does not only have a significant role on society, but society itself is a key investment to economic development and the livelihoods and growth of individuals. But Professor Vilakazi, we've kept you quiet for too long. I'm keen to get your opening remarks on this before we do deep dive into some of those elements that have been mentioned by your peers and colleagues on this panel. But perhaps give us your context and understanding of the purpose, role and function of education in the 21st century, and of course also highlighting specific nuances that we need to be mindful of given the economic climate and geographic location that we're in here on the continent.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Good morning to everybody. Given where we are now, I mean, we are halfway through the first half of the 21st century. right? And I mean, already I don't have the prescience to tell you what's going to happen in the third half of, or in the third quarter of the century. But what I can tell you with certainty is that in the next 10, 15, 20 years, we'll be disrupted by the exponential that you are living in. What do you mean by this exponential? The world is getting connected at neck break speed, and the power of the machines that are driving this great accelerator, driven by climate change, driven by rise in inequality, and driven by what people call the Moore's law, the power of computation, which is unleashing ubiquitous technologies that actually are beginning to change the way we live, interact, and work together. And these changes bring about endless cultural, social, and emotional disruptions, that manifest themselves through mental wellness, which also has been a big issue, especially, and has been added on by the pandemic. Now, with all those components taken together, one has to think and project to the future that is unknown. I do believe, and other colleagues here have covered the ground, that education is not about content as well, right? I mean, content is part of it. Whether you talk about STEM or STEAM, I include the arts in the science, technology, and mathematical fields, but it is actually about inclusive learning. Yet at the same time, we've spoken about interdisciplinarity, but you still need to value the role of specialists. Our treatment of the COVID pandemic relied on specialized knowledge. I think sometimes people talk about general education, multi, inter, and transdisciplinary as if it's the panacea to all our problems. I don't believe so, that you do need age-old specialists. You still need a person that will do a job with high level of
Well, it seems as though we might be losing Professor Vilakazi there, but of course that's given the virtual age that we live in. Sometimes some gremlins do get into the system, but we will pick up on some of those nuances. And what I'm actually keen to do is to fully decipher and of course get some clarity on the personalization of education. We're well aware of the fact that the pandemic has really unearthed a lot more of the inequalities that we witness within society. And one thing that we are quite concerned about is that the African continent should not be a laggard to that of its global peers. And this is where, Professor Phakeng, I'd like to get your insight into, and perhaps Professor McIver, if you could also join in to give us your perspective here, primarily focused on the personalization of education and how that does translate into the African context, where we still need to industrialize, where we do need a form of economic contribution and participation to take place, but at the same time making sure that we leapfrog by being innovators and forming a generation of thinkers. Professor Phakeng, I'd like to start by getting your thoughts there. If you could keep it brief, and Professor McIver, if you could also add some of your thoughts into that particular context.
I was hoping Professor McIver will talk to what he means by personalized education, because I want to talk about personalized learning and pacing within a classroom. I mean, and I think that's something that you can do much easier before you even get to the other one. Professor McIver?
Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, when I was talking about personalizing education, it's about giving the primary stakeholders more control over the direction and the paradigm of education. That's both in terms of the models that we employ and the subjects that we deliver, but in terms of content on an individual level as well. I think individual stakeholders should be included, and we talk about partnerships in learning, but quite often that partnership in learning doesn't extend to the content, it doesn't extend to the assessment, and it doesn't extend to the method of delivery. I would actually like to see that level of involvement. I would like to see students themselves talking about the content that they feel is relevant and appropriate to them. I'd like to see students themselves having discussions about the way in which that content is assessed. So when I talk about personalization, I'm referring to it in two levels. I'm talking about it in terms of the model itself and the primary stakeholders having a say in informing the shape of the model, but also at the micro level, individual learners themselves having a say and a control over the nature of their learning.
Professor McIver, if I can jump in there very briefly, is that a luxury we can afford on the African continent?
there is I will be honest, there is an element of Western elitism in relation to this. My position comes very much as an educationalist who was educated in the West. So in that respect, it may not be entirely practical, but from a theoretical point of view, I would argue that the model that is currently being applied in Africa and other countries and continents around the world is the Western model. And it is the Western model served the West very well for 300 years, but even now it is beginning to see signs of age.
Very valid point that you mentioned there. I would like to drop in Professor Phakeng to get some of her thoughts and insights, including your other two colleagues. So Professor Phakeng, perhaps if you can expand on the personalization pace that you had elaborated on, and maybe also reflect on how we can make this, I guess, these suggestions more unique in order to address the challenges on the continent.
I'm glad Professor McIver explained what he means. Almost the same thing, but your point exactly, very relevant, right? Truth be told, I mean, in traditional schools, teachers simply don't have the time or resources to slow down or speed up based on how a single student is progressing or check each one's context and draw on it. Everyone progresses at the same pace because that's what the schedule says. And those are the constraints, right, of the current models of teaching at basic and at higher education. And we are trying something else with our online high school. We're trying something else that we believe when you do this, digital resources actually allow us to do this. So on our online high school, which we're thinking, of course, as we think of the future, personalized pacing is one of the things that are key, right? What we do, we have our expert teachers and support coaches that help learners to decide what their day looks like, and no learner should ever be bored because they're spending hours sitting in class that have already mastered the topic that's been taught and it becomes pointless. And no learner should ever get left behind, right? So we also give students an opportunity to say, well, I need extra tutoring in this subject concept in mathematics. Well, if you want to do that for the day, no problem, you go ahead. If you feel like working all day on mathematics project, you can do that, go for it. We encourage a personalized pace and balanced by a structured learning schedule, which is tailor-made for a student to help them target specific text and exam blocks. But of course, I'm sure I can imagine you saying, but how many learners in Africa are going to access this? Well, many. And this is the debate that people have thrown at me after we launched our online school. The pandemic showed us, I mean, actually it made irrelevant the question about who can go online, who can learn online, who can't. Because when the lockdown came, that was a non-issue. The issue was, how do we get them to do that? Now we are making these resources available. And so if any student who registers online can do this, and this is not the only thing that stands alone, because I mean, this is one of the aspects built in how we teach. And if you're teaching online, you can do this, but that doesn't mean the teacher is not there. There's a teacher and time to engage with the students and time, but the student designed this, and so they move at their own pace. Sure. And it's also based on the idea of a mastery-based learning, that you will not move to the next level until you master this topic. You don't move to the next, and that's important for many of the subjects, the STEAM subjects, right? If you don't know something, if you don't know fractions, algebra becomes difficult and calculus becomes unthinkable. So I'm saying this is here for Africa, for South Africa now, right? Indeed. And I'm saying to you, we are starting it now in January, and I want you to talk to me in June, and the platform is available for anyone, registered or not, but it is available now.
Professor Phakeng, we'll definitely make sure that we do touch base with you to continue to find out where that growth is coming from and what's been the key driver there. But I'm loving the passion that's coming through, because this does also help us to understand the various stakeholders that we need to speak to. We've understood that personalization and the slight move away from industrialization is quite key. We also understand that technology is a key enabler, not the panacea, in order to make sure that we can implement personalization pacing. But I'm also keen to understand some of the key conversations we need to have with industry, with business, with government, who hold the keys to policy, implementation, and of course the additional investment in terms of infrastructure and funding that needs to be allocated to educational institutions. And Professor Vilakazi, I'm aware that you had some feedback on the previous comment. Perhaps I can start with you by not only building up on your feedback there, but also addressing this conversation and question regarding the conversations that we have that need to be refreshed and renewed with the key stakeholders who also have a key interest in education. Professor Kunen, if you have some insight, we're happy to come to you too. Prof. Vilakazi?
Yeah, thank you. I hope that you were able to share the last portion of my presentation. But nonetheless, I just want to also add here, before I respond to your question, that, if you say that these problems are unique to South Africa, I think, yes, they are in Africa broadly. But I think as a universalist that you've got common problems that enjoin us as the world. I think let's also not create a kind of African exceptionalism that these problems are only unique to Africa. I think we are connected in a way that has been shown by the pandemic and these ubiquitous technologies that actually we are part of a global community. So therefore, there could be elements that can be bespoke to this continent, but by and large, we are, part of the global human family. And secondly, I want to just also pivot slightly on what Professor Mekiva said with regards to the personalized education. Yes, you can make education personalized to that particular individual, but as human beings, and I think despite where we are with technology, with cyber infrastructure, physical integration, we are, after all, humans. And I do believe that the strength of the education as well, in particular the higher education, is to create networks, human networks. You go to university to actually meet with people. So I think just pivoting fully towards online will destroy the very nature of what it means to be human. I mean, we are human because we live in a planet, in a global environment that requires us to connect, to argue, to actually engage and solve problems in a human way, in a biological way, not in a cyber way. So I think that's very, very important that whilst we talk about personalized education, we need to talk about socialized education as well. That's why I've got kids in the classroom. They're there to actually learn to resolve conflict from grade 0 to matric, to grade 12 or A levels. So that's very, very important. The stakeholders in that regard, obviously government, the private sector, and also we need to have that feedback loop between industry and educators. Whether we like it or not, that significant number of our students don't get educated for the sake of being educated. They want to be part of the future workforce whose jobs are being created. True. So therefore, how can we work with our industrial and public and private partners to ensure that our education is not like stuck in Plato's cave, is actually relevant to the societal needs, whilst addressing some of the fundamental questions that lead society. We are not being led by society, we lead society. At some stage, we are led by our stakeholders. So it's almost like a feedback mechanism. That means that we dictate and we get dictated to by our stakeholders.
Indeed. And that's a valid point there, Professor Vilakazi, because it does build on a theme that Professor Kunen had touched on, that education is also meant to be an enabler to allow people to evolve, to transform. You might start off in academia, but work in industry at some point, and then move on to government policies at a greater level. And that's where I'm hoping to get to in terms of the kind of conversations that we all need to get into. And Professor Kunen, given the fact that you interact with a multitude of international counterparts reviewing education, we understand the insights that are developing in China at the moment, where government has put certain limitations on private tutoring to equal the level field when it comes to access to education. I'm keen to hear from you what your observations are, not only by taking a look at the global trends, but also understanding how these trends not only speak to each other as we are members of a global community, but some nuances that pop out from certain markets. Professor Kunen?
I think that one of the interesting things comes out of this year of COVID, where every university has had to look at how it delivers online, how it engages with students. And I think it comes back to something that the last speaker said, that one of the things that our students are saying is that they want to engage with people. They don't want to be in their room only. They want to be engaging with people. But there's another side to that. And that is that in part, there is less engagement in the education that we're delivering, not because of the technology, but because of the people who are designing what we're delivering in the technology. We are not 18-year-olds who are net natives, who are actively engaging in arguments, in discussions, in debates online every day. But when we design what we teach online, we don't do that because we're viewing the technology from people who are not net natives. We're all people who have come to the net late. And so in part, we need to be looking at, and this is a trend across the education sectors that I've been talking to, that people are saying, how do we find a different way of transforming what happens online so that it evens the playing field and allows for the kinds of discussions and debates? And this comes back to the fundamental question, in a sense, that was raised by both the first speaker and the last, which is, are we really going back to an education that's primarily about teaching people for the workforce, where industry plays the major role? If we are, we're missing the real direction of the future. The real direction of the future is allowing students to think about, what is it that I want to do in my next job, and the job after that, and the job after that? And then personalized education for me, and this is something where people are beginning in every sector to break down the boundaries of disciplines, the boundaries of degrees, and beginning to say, how do we look at what we're offering and allow students to design out of different building blocks the degrees that they need to do, not the degrees we think.
A very valid point there, Professor, and I'm keen to jump in there with a question that we have from one of our audience participants, which I think does help us get some context and understanding of the direction within which we need to move as we wrap up and conclude this conversation due to time pressures. Camilla Kirkwartz asks, is there a unified education model or definition that we can apply across the world, or do we need to think of regional adaptations? Professor McIver, I think I'm keen to get your thoughts on this one as we do conclude our panel discussion. And if there is time, Professor McIver, if you can keep it quite brief due to time pressures.
I will do my best to keep it brief. Personally, I believe we have to contextualize education. I don't think the one-size-fits-all works. And the point I was trying to make earlier on is the Western model worked well for the West for 300 years. Doesn't mean to say that it's the best model for Africa or Asia or for other continents, other communities. The other thing I would very quickly say is, in terms of personalized education and the use of the digitalization, it isn't about removing the social context of learning. Digitalization actually increases the resources and the options that are available to students. So it increases the opportunity for personalized experience. I'm all in favour of the socialisation and networking that takes place in universities.
Indeed. Well, a lot more themes that we can certainly explore. However, we are limited for time and there's lots more elements that we need to discuss. But we are incredibly appreciative of your time, as well as the concepts and ideas that have been laid at the table going forward. This will be these themes will continue to be explored in the follow-up panel discussions, where we'll take a look at how continued learning can take place to allow for the advancement of individuals to exploit their full potential. We will also unpack how technology does play a role in the pace of personalization of technology, and of course understanding that whilst we need to strike a balance between individuals who evolve and create new careers for themselves, we also need to develop a pool of specialists within various sectors of the economy to make sure that they can adequately address the needs that we have in those zones. A great pleasure having all of you with us this afternoon, and thank you so much for your time. To Professor Zeblon Vilakazi, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Witwatersrand, Professor Mamokgethi Phakeng, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, Professor Malcolm McIver, CEO and Provost of Lancaster University, Ghana, and Professor Seth Coonan, Deputy Vice-Chancellor International at Curtin University in Perth, Australia. We thank you so much for your time today and, of course, helping participate in moulding and shaping the themes that come to mind when we think about the redefining of education in the 21st century. Zinati?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Gugu. I thought that was a very interesting panel, really charting the path to moving from an education system that caters to industrialization to a personalized education, of course, with digital transformation being an enabler of that. Looking forward to your next panel discussion, Gugu, a bit later, but the time has now come for the keynote address.
The keynote address is delivered by Busi Mabuza, chair of the board of the Industrial Development Corporation in South Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to join you on this occasion of the 2021 Future of Education Summit. I thank my friends at the ABN Group, who in association with Forbes Africa and CNBC Africa extended this invitation to me. It's no coincidence that the summit is being held virtually this year. This is, after all, the future that we expected for some time, though most of us did not anticipate that it would come so soon and embed so swiftly. I've had the privilege to attend one of the previous Future of Education summits, and I recall how contributors and those in attendance explored education's response to technological developments in light of the fourth industrial revolution, how some referred to the expected changes and developments in learning methods and curricula, and enthused all of us to prepare for the inevitable and possibly very different future that technology presents to the education sector. The COVID-19 pandemic, and most especially the strict lockdowns implemented by various nations, accelerated the role of technology in education delivery. Workplaces changed out of necessity, and most moved to the various virtual platforms that are now part of our everyday lexicon. Online education and skills programs have come into our line of sight and moved from the surrogate stages into the mainstream. And notably, these are accessible to any and all who have access to an IP address. How democratic is this? How empowering. This shift, enforced globally and almost simultaneously, has brought educators to the point of once again questioning and testing the purpose of education. Does this purpose need to be redefined? And if so, to what extent? I'm, however, comforted by the fact that educators have grappled with these questions throughout the years against varying historical backgrounds. John Dewey, the renowned American philosopher, psychologist, and educational reformer, wrote in 1934 that, and I quote, "Any education is, in its form and methods, an outgrowth of the needs of the society in which it exists." This is very true and very applicable to democratic society. In undemocratic society, however, education is designed to serve the desires and needs of those who are in control at that time, and not of entire society. I belong to a generation of Africans whose education was primarily purposed to serve the needs and desires of those who controlled the political and economic power at the time. Because of this colonial past of our continent, many of our country's education systems were designed to create a force that would serve the desires and needs of others. This was an unsustainable model, and our forebears knew that the continent would inevitably migrate towards democratization and economic development. They recognized that the continent needed an educated population to govern itself and to spur economic development. The factory floor mindset that had worked for the 20th century has, however, continued to linger around and to dictate the presumed needs of society. This thinking was influenced by an era of large, dominant, and normally multinational corporations where people were expected to work for the same company, presenting themselves at the same factory floor for decades. Society valued compliance and conformity, and the education system prepared students for that reality. I suspect, and I'd like to propose, that many of my generation understood the purpose of their own education to acquire a degree or qualification that would lead one to a better job than that of our parents. It seemed inevitable that lifelong employment would follow the qualification or degree offered as the outcome of several years of schooling. How things have changed. Or did we just get stuck in the comfort of what we knew and what seemed to work, thus missing the greater demand for flexibility, creativity, and agility that has come to define the 21st century? Today's corporations, ladies and gentlemen, have in some instances become far larger and more dominant in their sectors, but in a very different way. The factory floor or the workplace has changed markedly. Has the education system of our beloved continent lagged behind the needs of our much younger, much more agile and creative population, who must be prepared to operate from any virtual platform, any globally connected platform, as opposed to the traditional factory floor that I became used to? With the sub-Saharan population still growing at pace and an estimated 62% of that population aged 25 or younger, this according to the UN Population Division's projections, many have proposed that the continent is poised for what is referred to as the demographic dividend. Africa has both the need and the opportunity to address our sustainable development challenges, thanks to our young population. The countries in sub-Saharan Africa are still regulating education for the 20th century, not the 21st. The educated youth who expect employment upon graduation pose an unmitigated threat to the demographic dividend we all hope for. The World Bank estimates that 40% of people who join rebel movements are motivated by the lack of economic opportunity. The very depressing, tragic scenes we witnessed in parts of South Africa recently are, in my view, directly related to the rising unemployment, which has devastated the youth, particularly during COVID-19. This plight that faces our youth reminded me of a quote attributed to Robert Mugabe, former president of Zimbabwe, a nation that was once the breadbasket of sub-Saharan Africa. And I quote Robert Mugabe: "How do you convince the upcoming generation that education is key to success when they are surrounded by poor graduates and rich criminals?" Think about that. It is telling, ladies and gentlemen, that, and most distressing for me, that the brunt of this joblessness is borne by young women. The UNDP estimates that $95 billion of revenue is lost annually due to gender inequalities in sub-Saharan Africa. We all face the risk that the demographic dividend may very quickly turn into a demographic nightmare if education is not repurposed and the needs of this majority of our society are addressed. The summit is so timely as the cracks are beginning to show. This continent's demographic dividend will only be meaningful if it is anchored on an education dividend. An education that is focused, relevant, and purposeful is an absolutely necessary condition for the demographic dividend to be amplified by this education dividend. This is the only way that the continent will take its rightful place in the global marketplace, be it on the political stage, intellectual, or economic. Such education, I would propose, must be, at a minimum, first of all, democratic, and technology has partially addressed this aspect in my view. Young people nowadays have a much wider choice of what they can study, when, and with whom, and indeed, through which institution. The days of being channeled to a predetermined combination of subjects, depending on some arbitrary factors, are numbered, if not gone. The unavailability of funding, however, for education remains a hurdle that keeps the majority of young girls and boys limited to the national education systems, many of which are still in the past. We need to define the priorities around the financing of education and find means of influencing our respective governments on these priorities. Education must be relevant. Secondly, policymakers in Africa need to wake up to the challenge of the need for a relevant education. Education is one of the means to address the skills gap that renders our youth unemployable and, unfortunately, sometimes unable or reluctant to venture into entrepreneurial pursuits. In sub-Saharan Africa, informal employment is said to account for 89% of total employment. This is a travesty. Though these issues may be quite specific to our environment, I propose that international collaborations in teaching, learning, research, in pursuit of best practices offer a platform for us to move our education systems towards relevance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be delighted if in my lifetime we were able to realize an institute of entrepreneurship that is the caliber of what we witness now from the Indian Institute of Technology through their alumni. I wish you a successful summit. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Well, thank you very much for that keynote address. That was Musi Mamuza, the chair of the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa. And a warm welcome to my fellow CNBC Africa anchor Fifi Peters, who will be moderating our next panel discussion. Thank you so much for joining us, Fifi.
Thanks, Zinati. It is a timely summit, as Busi has said. I mean, the cracks are already beginning to show in a large part of our society. So I'm really looking forward to the outcomes that will come out
Indeed,
today.
indeed. And I do believe that you will be delving deeper into the system. Of course, in the last panel, we found out that we need to be moving away from industrialization education that caters for industrialization and more into personalized education, of course, with the digital transformation being an enabler of that.
Exactly.
All right, Fifi, we'll be talking about closing the skills gap and building a capacity in the 21st century curriculum. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to our live CNBC Africa audience who will go on to watch our Power Lunch shows until 1:30 today when they will again join the webinar audience. To our webinar audience, we will continue the discussion in a moment, but we are going to be taking a quick break.
Imagine. Imagine a world where everybody has access to the best education. It doesn't matter who you are, where you live, or whether you're in a classroom or at home. It's about giving all of you a better future in good times and challenging times. That's why we've developed Connected Education. With fast connectivity, classroom collaboration software and curriculum-based content. We can deliver a secure digital classroom to any device, anywhere in the world. Connected Education has the power to truly change the way we learn. Students can access a wealth of online content from home or school. Teachers can educate in new and exciting ways. Schools have the latest digital resources at their fingertips. With these new digital skills, we can communicate, collaborate, and create. We can build for a better future. Together we can.
My name is Catherine Duggan, and I'm the Dean of the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business, otherwise known as the UCT GSB.
We're a distinctly African business school with world-class faculty and global reach. Our students gain a unique strategic perspective in complex environments and learn how to communicate their vision in ways that drive change. We are focused on having an impact on the most critical challenges of the 21st century, because a new world needs new ideas.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on which time zone you are joining us from. Welcome back to our webinar audience. And so we are moving on to the next panel discussion on the topic of closing the skills gap and building capacity. The 21st century curriculum, essentially. But before meeting the panel, let's take a quick look at the background to this discussion.
Sub-Saharan Africa is coming up short in truly addressing the skills gap. The inability of many businesses to pivot to digital training solutions during the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in delays in skills development and knowledge transfer, which in turn had a negative impact on operations and growth potential. A McKinsey Global Institute report indicates that a shortage of skills will push at least 14% of the global workforce away from their current employment by 2030. This skills shortage was identified before the 2020 global health crisis, which disrupted industries and forced many companies to implement remote working. This drastic new way of working impacted traditional classroom business training and learning. This panel will address questions such as: how can e-learning and the growing technological options help improve the situation?
As we did hear in our keynote address from Ms. Busi Mabusa, the summit does come at a very timely time for Africa as the cracks are beginning to show. If we are certainly going to harness the dividend, the demographic dividend of having a large youth population on this continent, it needs to be followed by an education dividend also if our continent is to be fully competitive and if it is to fully reach its growth potential. But let us meet our panel who will be delving into the topic of how to close the skills gap and build capacity.
Will Fan, co-founder and chief executive officer at New Campus in Singapore. Dr. Catherine Duggan, Director and Dean of the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business. Sean Lewis, Manager for Asset Lifecycle Management at Vodacom Business. The moderator is Fifi Peters, anchor at CNBC Africa.
I think the recent riots that the world has witnessed of South Africa have shown exactly what can happen if we allow a situation of poverty, unemployment and inequality to exist in a society too long. You will essentially get some parts of the country burning down as a result of people being frustrated of being excluded from the formal economy for too long. So as we try to endeavor to avoid a situation like we just witnessed in South Africa repeating itself anywhere else in the continent where the gap between the haves and the have-nots is also large, we will be discussing exactly what needs to be done to start making an effective change in turning this gap around. And we have met our panel who will be endeavoring with us in this discussion. Welcome to you all. And Sean, I'd like to begin with you here. And I know you do wear quite a lot of hats, and I'd like to ask for you to put your hat on as an educator at this stage. And ask, we have had quite a lot of interventions thus far to try and close the skill gap. In your view, why have they not been successful?
I think there are a couple of reasons for the interventions not being successful thus far. I think one of that, and most significantly, I think is that we've in large part left the world at large, in large part left the interventions to government. And I think the problem is significantly bigger than government is able to solve. And if we look at our problem is not a university problem. Our problem is an education problem from preschool through primary and high school, and building the capabilities that people need in order to survive and thrive in this world. And I don't believe that government, regardless of how well-intentioned they are, and regardless of what policies they put in place, do not have sufficient, on the one hand, capacity to deliver on the demands of education, and do not necessarily have the competence to be able to deliver on the demands of a modern education, of the modern educational requirements. So I think the challenge around our failures of interventions is in large part because we don't have a massive collaboration of corporates, enterprises, the world at large in ensuring that we provide a solid educational foundation from preschool all the way through to university. So for me, it's a failure of collaboration and cooperation beyond government. And that for me is probably the most significant. I mean, we can talk about the educational systems and industrial educational systems and moving towards new kinds of educational systems. But first, we need to have the capacity and competence to intervene in the poorest of the poorest areas in this country and across the continent, and essentially across all of your socioeconomic demographics, as well as across all of your geographies, where the places that have the least access to schools, least access to technologies. And that kind of capacity and competence is, I believe, beyond government. So for me, that would be a critical failure to date.
Sure. And Sean, I imagine that you were speaking from the perspective of South Africa. And Catherine, perhaps you can come in here and give us the continental experience, given that you have had or spent some time teaching on the continent. I mean, are the challenges and the reasons why we haven't been able to close the skills gap in South Africa the same for the continent, would you say? Or are there other factors in the rest of the continent at play?
Thank you very much. You know, I've spent about 20 years working across Africa in about 25 different countries, and a lot of what we see is similar. There are a few differences, but really what I want to emphasize is we talk a lot about the learning journey, and we talk, as we should, about learning from youth, from the very beginning of primary school all the way up through university. But I want to make sure that we don't ignore continuous learning. I know we've heard a lot about that this morning or this afternoon, and it's something which is really critical to close the gap between the number of people across the continent and in South Africa who are looking for employment and employers who find themselves unable or who find it difficult to hire people who are skilled to move into the jobs that they're looking to fill. And so across the continent, what we're really looking for is an opportunity to upskill people at all ages and at all stages of their careers. And I think that is something that we see all across Africa. And in fact, I'll say one more thing, which is one of the things that I really want to emphasize, and one of the things that we spend a lot of time emphasizing at the UCT GSB, of which I should say Sean is, I think, a proud alumnus. One of the things that we really emphasize is we see so much innovation on the ground in Africa, across the entire continent, and very much in South Africa. And one of the things that I'm really focused on doing is making sure that an understanding of that local context and an understanding of the excitement of that innovation is something that is worked into our curricula, that is worked into what we teach our students, again, from the very beginning of primary school, all the way through people who are already in the workforce, people who are looking to reskill, to upskill, to shift, to become more entrepreneurial, so that we are not only taking lessons from the West, but we're really bringing in lessons that we are learning from our local communities and from communities all over Africa and all across the continent.
I hear you. Will, your thoughts here. I think good evening to you, if I'm correct with the time differences between South Africa and Singapore. But you have essentially developed an institution that has been described as a disruptor of the traditional learning and education methods. So can you just tell us exactly what problem you set out to fix and how impactful it has been thus far?
Thanks for your question, Fifi, and Sean, Catherine, lovely to meet you all. I think for us, where New Campus plays is in the position of being a challenging university. And what we've seen over the past 18, 24 months with COVID, it's really putting spotlight on the way that we learn, the way that we work, and what is that blend in between. The previous talk and keynote talked a lot about entrepreneurship as emerging careers. For us, it's really looking at what are the new industries that are evolving, especially in such a rapid time, where we're seeing the trajectory of new careers for students, working professionals, are new economies and new industries like your e-commerce, your fintechs, your medtechs that have been enabled, with the entire economy going online and digital for the first time, or effectively digital for the first time. I think what we're very excited about is how can you explore new ways of building a key skill sets that haven't traditionally been done at your undergraduate, postgraduate level. And so for our learners, we really look at two things. The first is how do you empower learners to get exposure to these new emerging industries? But secondly, how do you build a business model that is more accessible, more inclusive, so that you're not traditionally going to a big institution, but something that you continuously be engaged and learn for the rest of your life. I think for us, what we've seen is it's not just the term of lifelong learning, but mechanically, how do you actually build that into the learning system, and how do you make it accessible for those who traditionally haven't been able to get that?
And to your question, I would perhaps like to hear your answer and your thoughts on how you are doing this, Will.
Yeah, so I think for us, what we've seen, two of the slowest industries to innovate over the past decade would be the medtech and the education industries. And our thesis is that you have policy, you have infrastructure, you even have customer behavior on how they look at the brands to engage. And I think for New Campus, where we see ourselves looking at underwriting, undercutting, and arbitraging, is really the two pieces of what balances together. The first is the real estate costs. So now when you have students, learners, workers adopting remote working, adopting remote learning for the first time, what does that mean in terms of having a physical campus, especially when some of the top tech companies are looking at working remotely for the first time? Does that mean learning should be the same? I think the second approach for us is traditionally, education at the postgraduate and continuous education has been taught by academic. And so for us, we look at how do you bring in folks from industry to be teaching, who are at the forefront of their field. For us, it's really looking at how do you empower the folks at the Netflix, your Googles, your Xiaomis of the world that are building cutting edge technologies, creating new ways of working, and then converting them into world-class instructors. I think for us, it's these two key areas where we see a lot of exciting developments, whether it's from the university side, partnering with private organizations, or the way with private organizations building their own challenger corporate schools.
All right. Sean, coming back to your opening remarks about why this gap, the skills gap on the continent has grown so large, especially over the past year or so as we've grappled against the pandemic. You said that the problem is way too big for governments to solve on its own, and governments don't even have the capacity and the capability to do so. You said that the private sector would definitely need to step in here. My question to you is, how do we get the private sector to take more of a role in closing the gap?
Okay, that's one of the things that I found while listening to some of the previous speakers, and they kept on talking about the demand, the industry demand of learners, that the industry demands certain competencies. So there's a continuous, and they talked about industrialization of education and education being geared towards industry. And it seems to be universal recognition that industry demands certain competencies, certain skill sets, certain attitudes, values, etc., that enables people to come in and be productive contributors to either their products and services. The challenge in South Africa, and I can speak only for South Africa really, because I don't, and probably the African continent to some extent, is that we have a very, very large population. We have about 12 million learners. About 10 million of that 12 million, about 83% of that learning population are in quintiles 1 to 3 schools. So these are the schools that are economically relatively deprived relative to your quintiles 4 and 5 schools. 83% of that population. If we look at the infrastructure that they have available to them, particularly if we look at the pandemic in the last year and a bit, 90% of those students have very little access to connectivity to enable them to learn. 70% of those people have very little access to the devices that they need to be able to connect to that connectivity to access the education. So it actually doesn't matter how good your education is, how brilliant your content is sitting on a server somewhere in a data center. If the learners that need to reach that content simply cannot reach them. Sorry, somebody's calling me on my other computer. So the challenge for South Africa, and I think for Africa as a whole, is to enable those learners that are sitting in remote places, those learners that are sitting in economically deprived communities, to be able to access quality content, quality curated content from professional expert teachers in order for them to develop. Now, that means, so if we look simply at connectivity and devices, 12 million kids in South Africa, providing each of 12 million kids with a laptop that enables them to connect free of charge. Government doesn't have the capacity to deliver those kind of things. Neither do they have the competence to manage a network that ensures that those learners can access the data and the competence to develop the educational content and the continuous learning processes and the teacher management systems that enable learners to learn. So I'm not talking about university, I'm largely focused on pre-primary, primary, and high school, because that's the foundation. Everything is built on that. We need to build basic literacy, basic numeracy, and basic technological literacy. On top of that, you can build values and attitudes, etc., and you can build the competence, because those are the basic ingredients for continuous learning that Catherine talked about, and for adaptive learning that Wolf talked about. But you need to have those basic components. But those basic components require that kind of investment in that community. We need to be able to build the producers of services and products in order to have consumers of services and products. And enterprises need to play their part. They can't simply sit at one end and say, this is our demand, without necessarily contributing to build it, to empowering that demand. I think that, is that clear?
It does, but it also makes me want to stay with you, Sean, and ask you to put your hat on as an enterprise now, and as an enterprise or as a professional working in the telecommunications, a sector that can help improve connectivity or even the rate of the number of devices that are in the hands of a lot of these kids who don't have them. So, put frankly, Sean, what role is Vodacom playing in addressing this problem?
Look, I think Vodacom has been stunning. And I'm not saying that only because I work for Vodacom, but I think Vodacom has actually, the contribution Vodacom has made has been stunning, because Vodacom has built an education platform and provided content for learners from grades 1 to 12. And in the pandemic last year, right at the onset of the pandemic, Vodacom recognized that learners needed access to that content. So Vodacom made that content available free of charge. And I think Willem Mzimba was one of the opening speakers, and he spoke about 500,000 people, 500,000 people accessing that content during last year, which was fantastic for Vodacom. But now compare that 500,000 people to the 10 million odd people in quintiles 1 to 3 and the 12 million people across our learners, across our schools generally. And then you realize that the impact that Vodacom has made is significant, it's important, but not enough. We need more of that, not just from a Vodacom, but more of that from other enterprises. There are other telcos in our world. There are other technology companies in our world. There are insurance companies. All of those have a vested interest in developing our population, our learner population. And all of those need to put shoulder to the wheel and invest materially in ensuring that we can actually start to build an education system that serves everybody in South Africa, and not just that quintiles 2 and 4 and 5 really.
I hear you. Catherine, let us shift focus then on to the workforce. Many of them who actually unfortunately lost their jobs throughout the pandemic, and many of them who might not even have jobs to come back to after we get over and we defeat the pandemic as a result of their industries or their jobs having become redundant. So if we are saying that we need to skill and upskill this population, how do we go about doing it against the constraints that we currently do have, lifting off from what Sean did say, of connectivity and of devices to engage in some of this training and this new way of learning?
Excellent. I think first we need to think about what it means to upskill in the 21st century. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we really see is an emphasis and an increasing emphasis on skills that will last, even as we see more and more in the fourth industrial revolution. And those skills are skills that can't be automated. So rather than simply asking people, whether they're young people, people who are currently in the workforce, or people who are looking to get into the workforce, rather than asking people to simply learn things, we need to ask them, we need to encourage them to ask questions, to learn how to solve problems, to identify problems, to think about how to increase their critical thinking skills, and then to think about ways to be more proactive, to be more active in all facets, both of the job search, but also of recognizing what it is that their individual worldview brings to a future employer, or indeed to an entrepreneurial venture that they may put together. And I think that's one of the things that I'd like to see us build, especially in South Africa and Africa. It's the confidence, again, among our young people, but also among our job seekers and among the people who are currently employed, the notion that what we know, that what each individual person knows the worldview that they have, the experiences that they are able to bring, that those are valuable and that they can actually help the company. One of the things that we really know is that diversity creates profits, and it creates the kinds of both experiences, but also the kinds of ways of adapting to change, ways of adapting to volatile and uncertain environments that companies really need to have in order to succeed. And what creates an ability for companies to get through that? It's diverse thinking. It's avoiding groupthink. And so if companies are able to put together groups of people who can bring their own worldviews, who can challenge, who can see problems, who can see things that no one else can see, those companies are going to be able to take advantage of opportunities that no other companies can take advantage of, and to create social benefit, to create social value that others can't. And so what I would really encourage of people across South Africa and across the African continent, and in fact around the world, is we need to think about ways to encourage people to think in critical ways and to build their critical thinking skills and create pipelines so that they're able to practice those skills, so that they're able to access networks that enable them to get together with other people and to meet potential employers, but especially to build the ventures, to build the entrepreneurial answers to some of the gaps that they and only they are seeing. So I think it is something that we need to work hand in hand with employers with. We need to make sure that people are getting in front of employers, that they understand what it is that employers need and employers want. But we also need to make sure that the people who have exciting ideas are trained in ways that allow them to really execute on those exciting ideas, to create jobs not only for themselves, but for others in South Africa and again across the continent.
Teach that, the skills that you're talking about, like critical thinking, agility is another skill set that has been thrown around in terms of being competent for the fourth industrial revolution. How do you teach that? And then where do you go currently if you want to learn that?
So the simple answer to your second question is we do that at the UCT-GSB. That's one of the things that we really focus on. It's applied learning, and it's asking questions rather than providing answers. I think that is the most critical thing. And I've actually taught all over the world. I spent the first 8 years of my career at Harvard Business School. I've taught at Oxford. I've taught with INSEAD. I've taught at business schools all around the world. And first of all, I think that the best business schools, and I very much include the UCT-GSB among this group, and I will say as well, Sean is not only one of our alumni, he's also one of our lecturers at the GSB. The thing that excellent instructors do is to ask questions to ensure that students are speaking to one another and solving problems with one another. Because the thing is, the questions and the challenges and the problems that we see now and in the future are not things that have easy answers. That's why we need to come together in classrooms and elsewhere to think about how to solve those problems. So we need the hard skills by all means, but we also need not just the leadership skills and the soft skills, which we absolutely need, but we need people to come together and ask questions of one another and have professors and lecturers and others ask the challenging questions. And I think one of the ways that you do that is exactly as Will said, to bring in a combination of academics, of trained facilitators, and of people who are experts in industry so that they can really ask the questions that industry is asking, and in some cases that industry should be asking and isn't asking yet. And that's really where I see us being at the cutting edge, is thinking about what it is that people should be asking, what it is that companies should be asking, and asking our students those questions now so that when they walk into those positions or when they walk back into their offices after being in class with us, they are ready not only to ask those questions, but they've already thought about what to do next.
Well, to bring you back in, I don't know how closely you have observed the situation in Africa. The fact that there were employers looking for for skills that they couldn't find out there, and there were people in the job market who were unemployed who didn't have the skills. It's nothing new. It has been made worse by the pandemic, but the mismatch pre-existed the pandemic. Just looking at the African situation, how applicable would a teaching and a learning model such as the new campus be for Africa?
I think Catherine and Sean touched on really interesting points around the efficacy of learning, the access of learning, and the basic infrastructure behind having these programs available. My first thought was you've had your first wave of edtech innovation, being your LMS, your learning infrastructure to support traditional learning models. Then you have the second wave of innovation, which came with content, so your MOOCs, your Coursera's, your Udacities. But where we're seeing the third wave of educational products being more inclusive, being more accessible, and being more effective is that hybrid model. I'm not saying that New Campus is the solution to upskill the next generation of business leaders, but I do think that it is looking at how can you collaborate with government institutions that are looking at upskilling underserved small to medium businesses, all the way to for example, we're dialing in from Zoom. How does the Zoom economy, put their feet in to get involved with upskilling the next generation of undergraduates, K-12, continuous learners? I think with the model of New Campus, it really comes down to a playbook. So when we think about diversity, equity, inclusion, for example, 80% of our learners are women. 60% of our instructors too, coming across from 25 different countries. And it's because by design, we've been looking at inclusive learning experiences that make someone feel safe, that allow a learner to really practice without having a confrontational environment. And I do think with new technology partners, business partners, and private organizations, rethinking the way that they hire and rethinking the way that they're people, there's a huge white space for them to apply sort of learning experiences and pre-programming before hiring a new graduate or a new team member. I think now it comes down to what is the responsibility of the private space, and what we've seen, especially with the technology companies like your Googles, your Dysons, your Pinterest of the world, is they are starting to step up in their CSR. They are looking at collaborating deeper with frontier universities to co-create content in cybersecurity, in the future of e-commerce, the future of fintech. And by doing that, I think it opens up a lot of opportunity for these students to get micro exposure. I think my question now that we've been losing a lot of sleep on is how do you make that learning accessible, and how do you make that effective? Because at the end of the day, we are living in this hybrid, strange, remote online world, and I don't see it going away in the next 2 to 3 years. So how does that actually transition a learner journey, and how does this transition the way that companies are changing their ways of working and their infrastructure over time? We definitely would love to bring New Campus to different regions. Right now, we're really focusing on Southeast Asia because we might have teams in Singapore. There's a fintech company in Singapore might have a sales team in India, a development team in Indonesia, a customer success team in Australia, and even that has its own cultural nuances that are heavily underserved. But if you're interested, definitely willing to have a chat to see how we can start co-creating content. And I think this is where these conversations really start to kick off.
On your question on how to make the learning more accessible, how did you, or what was your experience in terms of developing the New Campus models in other geographies, Will? And in terms of Africa's current situation in which accessibility is constrained by connectivity and the lack of devices, how have you overcome such challenges in the other geographies that you have expanded to?
Catherine mentioned a really fascinating point around how do you build localization, not just in the content or the language or the nuances of delivery, but also looking at the personas and the modes of absorbing that content. So for example, we do a lot of work with the Singapore government to look at expanding new ways of delivery models in emerging markets like Indonesia, in Thailand, in India. And so it's really thinking through what does the ideal learner experience look like, especially when they don't have that access or they're used to learning in a certain way. And so for us, where we see a new opportunity in experience designers is learning experience design. And that comes all the way from when someone goes onto the website, when they browse a course, when they jump onto a Zoom call and learn, and how do they take that homework and challenges off the back of that. What we've actually seen with content and your massive your MOOC platforms is it's given us access to provide content. There's enough content. YouTube, you'd argue that is the best content provider in the world. But what we're really obsessed about right now is how do you look at modes of delivery that have 60-70% of the efficacy in a traditional environment, but taking it to the Zoom world. I think what's also very exciting now is working with your technology providers like your Zooms, your Amazon Chimes, your Microsoft Teams that are making big bets into the education space. And this wouldn't have happened pre-pandemic. So for me, I'm very excited to focus a lot on the pedagogy and the delivery method, but you're also surrounded by new technology infrastructure as well as end learner adoption, which has really accelerated the pace of this hybrid learning environment.
Just as we wrap up this panel, time does go really quickly, but Sean, as we wrap up this panel, we set out to try and answer how to close the skills gap and build capacity in the 21st century curriculum. Your closing thoughts on how, when we meet again this time next year, we've made more of a dent in answering and addressing that challenge?
Sure. Okay. So I think there are two things. I'll try and crystallize it into two things. The one is the shifting the discourses somewhat, because I listened to the discourse. I've been reading about the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Have been working on something called Education 2030. So they've been working on it since 2015 on building a vision for education in 2030. And I was very excited by it the first time I read through the documentation. The second time I read through the documentation, it struck me that the discourses didn't match our reality. They talked about industrialization and a period of prosperity in education, a period of prosperity and stability in education. And I realized that they're talking about a particular context, a particular European and Western context, which does not necessarily exist in South Africa and in Africa as a whole. So we've got a discourse, a dominant discourse around educational transformation that is focused on the education in the fourth industrial revolution, but has not taken into consideration that countries like South Africa and the continent of Africa hasn't yet gotten to that point of massive industrialization and a relative period of stability and prosperity. And so in my mind, the thing that would change, so that's the one part, is changing the discourse. And along with changing the discourse is I guess a buy-in from large corporates in South Africa to their responsibility, not just their demand, but shifting from demand to responsibility and contributing to the empowerment of learners in South Africa by making that infrastructure, those processes and those services available, those learning services available to learners. So I think those two things for me, if we got that right in South Africa and across the African continent, we would have shifted the needle somewhat.
And Catherine, my question to you, in terms of getting that buy-in from the private sector about their responsibility here, how do we fast-track that? Is it a government making it policy? Is it government perhaps incentivizing the private sector to do so? If you could just briefly share your thoughts here.
Sure. I really think it is up to the education sector and up to those of us who are doing the teaching and learning to make that case, to show what it is that we can teach people and that we can share with people that nobody else knows. And I just wanted to input one last thing, which is we've talked a lot about digital as a way to push things forward. And I think that all of the things that we've heard both from Sean and from Will are critically important. But I think that one of the most exciting areas that we can use to push forward with digital is to use these tools to turn the classroom inside out. The traditional way of learning is everybody sits in the classroom, they look at the professor or they look at the teacher, and they learn these hard skills. We can use video, we can use other things to look at the rest of the world and provide a kind of perspective that many people aren't getting. And that's a different kind of access, but it's also a really critically important kind of access. And so we are, just to give you a very quick example, if you think about what's in your phone and the batteries, the lithium ion batteries that underscore the entire green revolution that we talk about a lot of those minerals come from places like the DRC. They come from places like the Katanga region of the DRC, and they are shipped all the way overland, all the way out of Durban in the port in South Africa. We need to understand those supply chains in order to understand the global push toward green energy. We need to teach people how to understand those supply chains and how to manage their volatility. Those are the sorts of questions and answers about things like diversity, about things like how we look to the future, that really gets corporates to start thinking and listening about how to engage and how to bring this kind of education more into what they're doing, but also even into primary and other places where they can really insert money and experience, as Sean has been saying.
All right, Catherine, thanks so much for neatly summarizing the conversation for us and exactly what needs to be done as a next step to ensure that this gap between the skills, the haves not on the continent certainly reverses and starts going in the right direction. But just in the interest of time, I'm going to have to say goodbye to you all for this session, and I'm hoping that you do stay on, of course, for the rest of the event on the future of education. That is exactly what we are discussing throughout the whole day here on the channel at CNBC Africa. But let me bid farewell for now to my panelist, Mr. Will Fan, co-founder and CEO at New Campus in Singapore, Dr. Catherine Duggan, Director and Dean at the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business, and Sean Lewis, the Manager of Asset Life Cycle Management at Vodacom. And that is it from me for now, rather. We're heading next to Cape Town for our next topic on innovative leadership in a knowledge-intensive economy. But for now, let's take a quick break.
Kameshni West, Executive Education Director at the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business, speaks to Godfrey Mutizwa, Editor-in-Chief of CNBC Africa.
There is no question that COVID-19 is creating a new economy with requirements and personnel different from the past. In my next interview, we are going to be exploring the new leadership that is required in what many are calling the knowledge economy. Let me welcome my guest. Her name is Kameshni West. She's Executive Education Director at the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business. Kameshni, thank you for your time. I think let's begin right at the outset and define what this knowledge economy is, the key components of it.
Absolutely. So the distinctive features of a knowledge-intensive economy is based on advanced economies towards where there's a greater dependence on knowledge, on information, and high skills. And there's an increasing need for ready access to all of these by business and public sectors. Now, you referred to the impact of COVID-19 on business globally. And what I would think of also as a double disruption that's come at us, all businesses, all sectors. And that is why there's an increased need and intensification of knowledge in every sector. And this knowledge is to build towards organizations that are transforming their labor processes. There's a changing nature of workforce due to these various changes of technology that's coming our way and disruptions that COVID-19 has actually presented us. So the idea behind this intensive knowledge economy is that it largely impacts on how we behave and how we innovate and how do we create space for innovation. But you cannot have innovation if you have if you continue to think in the ways that you've done in the past, and we continue to lead in the ways that we have in the past.
Yeah, and therefore you need a new type of leadership. And you are suggesting that that type of leadership that we require ought to be innovative. Let's break that down. What does it require?
Innovative leadership, or transformational leadership, as I'd like to call it, is really important for this time that we find ourselves in, where there's an increased need for knowledge, an increased need for upskilling our staff. And this kind of leadership creates an orientation to inspiring, to encouraging, and to motivate employees to have an innovative mindset, a growth mindset, a mindset where we can create change that will help and grow and shape the future of organizations. And that's what innovative leadership is. It's about creating organizations where you can actually move towards a culture of continuous development, and what we like to call in business schools as lifelong learning, because lifelong learning is about needing to upgrade skills at every stage of your leadership journey, so that one can be relevant and one can take the organization further into the future and make it more sustainable.
Yeah.
And that's what transformational leadership does, essentially.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back at school here and I'm getting key learnings that I ought to stuff into my head and make sure that I never forget them. But how do you create that environment that enables the work that the innovative leader is doing?
So environments are where you can grow talent. Environments are where you can grow creative thinkers, innovative thinkers, and where you can actually test. So firstly, an innovative leader needs to have a vision for what they want to do in their environment, and then create a very safe environment so that the employees can feel empowered to test new ideas, to feel like they can trust their leader to have their back when they are rapidly prototyping ideas.
Yeah.
And there's a space to test, to play, to try out new things, fail fast, fail forward. I'm sure you've heard of this before. Creating safe environments to do that. And obviously helping employees to gain the right skill sets. So the critical, thinking skill set, the problem-solving skill sets, that's so important to be able to move into this knowledge-intensive economy.
Yeah, I actually wanted to say to you, what you are talking about is challenges that I face on a day-to-day basis. How do I allow my staff to be independent and be able to execute without being a micromanager?
I think innovative leaders know that, firstly, they do not have all the answers. They are very clear about what their knowledge set is, where their limitations are, and how important it is for diverse thinking to create newness, to create innovations, to create new thinking. So if you are a micromanager, you stifle the thinking of your employees. You want to be able to make sure that your employees know what your vision is for the business.
Yeah.
You need to be able to communicate that clearly. And then you say to them, here, please go and do what you need to do to create this new way of working for us as an organization. So you want to make sure that you can hold the bigger picture for them.
Yeah.
You want to be able to hold that space and then let them operate in that space so that they can feel like you've got their back and they can trust you to have their back.
You touched a word that is becoming a buzzword and indeed has been for a few years, diversity. But
yes.
You're suggesting that we ought to think beyond just diversity. We actually ought to specify and say gender diversity. I think I can sort of understand what you're saying, but I'm also saying at the same time, how do you grow that without seemingly imposing it?
let's start from what the research says.
Yes.
I think we can always be guided from that, because research has proven over and over that the key way to drive an innovative culture is through building diverse leadership teams. So diversity in different people from different cultures, from different backgrounds, therein lies that diversity of thinking, diversity of skill set. But when you have more women in a leadership position or leading the organization, what women bring with us is that we are inherently better at encouraging innovation through our feminine leadership styles. And what is this? This is, we create more collaborative environments. We are able to be more trusting. We are able to share more knowledge to a greater extent. I think at the end of the day, research has shown that when you have women in your leadership teams, the growth of a business is far greater when you don't have the diversity on the team.
Yeah.
Women are able to be more empathetic. And I've been challenged on this several times where women in leadership positions have said to me, not all women are empathetic. And that is true. But I think for the most part, women have that feminine leadership style that generally brings with it greater communication, greater openness, creating a trusting environment, and the collaboration is where it's at, which really talks to being an innovative and transformational leader.
Yeah, you're reminding me of that song. I can't remember who sang it. Women hold up half the sky, and therefore, if they do at a minimum, we ought to have half them in leadership positions. The third dimension that I wanted us to explore is the importance of leadership development. What does this bring?
Here's an interesting thought for you. And recently, I read this in the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report. And it states that by 2025, 50% of all employees will need reskilling. And this is because we have to adopt the new technologies that keep coming at us. So that's 50% of the world, employees that has to be reskilled. So now more than ever, and we've been talking about this, Godfrey, for years. I've been talking about how, with the fourth industrial revolution, how important it is for us to build teams that have the right skill set, that have the right leadership skills to take the organization into the new frontier. But let's just be honest, the new frontier is here. We are living it. We are having to move really rapidly right now to keep up with what's happening around us. So developing skills for individuals as well as your organization and for leaders, and then looking at how your learning culture is set for your organization is super important at this point. It's important for organizations to have an ambitious and stretch learning and development strategy in place. It's important that the learning strategy is linked directly to the strategy of the business outcomes, because therein lies how you can align your skills that you are developing for your organization to where you see yourself in the future. And working with many corporates, I'm seeing this more and more often, where our clients are saying to us, we want to upskill our leaders for the future. We want to build leaders that show great empathy, that show great ability to think abstractly, that can have a growth mindset, and that can lead with passion, with authenticity, and lead with vision. And you can create leaders like that.
Yep.
But you have to be ready to be able to invest in upskilling your leaders so that they have new ways of thinking. And we can equip them with tools to help them to be agile, engaged, and adapt. And that I can't emphasize that anymore. I think COVID has really, really given us a taste of what needs to happen in every organization when it comes to being able to be agile, not just in our operations, but in the way we think about how we lead and how we respond to customer needs.
Commissioner, I'm going to start by putting this on my wall, and I'm going to be learning this every day. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
And that was Commissioner Wesa from the University of Cape Town, graduate of Business, School of Business. Gugu is back. Great to have you back, Gugu, for the next panel discussion for today. What are you going to be talking about?
Well, interesting conversations, and we continue to expand on the theme of education, but this time around certainly based on lifelong learning. It's becoming more imperative in the new world of work and skills development, and I do believe that the pandemic has really highlighted this, as we've often heard the phrase that we need to adapt, we need to pivot, we need to be agile. So how do we do that in a world that encourages us to continuously evolve and, of course, make sure that we take on and absorb the right kind of knowledge and critical thinking skills? Well, before we deep dive into the conversation, here's a short visual background into the introduction of the topic.
As COVID-19 recreated the world as we knew it, universities worldwide were forced to reassess their strategies to survive the pandemic and thrive in the post-pandemic world. Institutions that relied on international students as a major revenue source were left reeling when visa centers and borders closed. What will the future of higher education look like next? Will short courses and micro-credentials become a bigger part of the curriculum? Will there be more collaboration instead of competition among higher education institutions?
Well, that sets the context for our conversation, but time to meet now our panel of experts who will be helping us deep dive into this conversation.
Professor Andrea Nolan, Principal and Vice Chancellor at Edinburgh Napier University. Professor Gary Martin, Chief Executive Officer at the Australian Institute of Management in Western Australia. Professor Puleng Linkabula, Principal and Vice Chancellor at UNISA. The moderator is Gugulethu Mfuki, broadcaster and financial journalist.
Well, there you have it, our panelists for joining us for this conversation as we really look to take a look at what the future of higher education will look like next. Will short courses and micro-credentials become a bigger part of the curriculum? And will there be more collaboration instead of competition among higher education institutions? This just paints a backdrop of a few of the questions we look to get responses to. But of course, perhaps let's start off by fully understanding and comprehending how the current environment has really shifted the narrative regarding the future of education. As has been highlighted in previous conversations and the earlier panel discussion, is the fact that the pandemic has really shifted and altered the landscape when it comes to businesses and the skills that they require in order to make sure that they have staff that are adequately equipped to ask questions, to problem solve, and have a mindset of development as well as growth and innovation. So I'd like to start off by perhaps speaking to Professor Nolan first to get some insight into this particular theme. And perhaps, Professor Nolan, if you could set the tone for us very briefly by just sharing some of your insight and introductory remarks regarding the future of higher education and just exactly how the current environment has shifted the narrative and the goalposts that we need to be aiming for.
Thank you. Thank you, Gugu. Well, I think the future of higher education is very exciting. There's huge opportunities and huge need for the advanced skills that economies around the world will need to support growth. The response certainly in Scotland and in the UK to the COVID pandemic, I mean, it's been a huge shock, I suppose, and disruptor to the way we did things. But what has been remarkable has been how quick and how positively and how pretty effectively university communities have responded to that. So staff have responded to doing things online, to being innovative and doing things differently, and students have responded in that way also. I think because of the economic consequences certainly here and the big skills, some industries have been hugely disrupted, and people have lost jobs and will have to think about their future and changing their careers. And so what was there pre-pandemic, i.e. there are skill gaps certainly in our economy and in economies around the world, and we've been trying to fill them. Our links with businesses for higher education have been growing as we listen to business needs for the skills they need. But the pace of change, I think, and the pace of need for higher education institutions to adapt has really, really increased. So certainly here in Edinburgh University and in Scotland, we have been looking for the last 2 or 3 years about how we can respond to the needs of our local businesses in terms of short courses, upskilling, and our governments have been funding that. But it's kind of on a small scale. And I suppose for us, the need to be more adaptive and be more creative in how we offer courses, in how we accredit skills and knowledge is something that we're tackling at the moment. So the future for higher education is really bright. It's so the need for skills and for lifelong learning are more evident than they have ever been before, particularly with Industry 4.0 and technological changes and disruption. And it behoves universities as serving communities and the public good to respond appropriately to that. My own view is that the standard degrees we have, the undergraduate degrees, and they will remain. They teach people how to learn. It's about building their attributes. You talked about growth mindsets, can-do attitudes, team working, critical thinking, problem solving. I think degree programs create and build those skills, but the need to provide short courses and that are specific for your local employer needs will grow, and certainly it's an area that we are responding to.
Mm-hmm. Professor Martin, I'm keen to get your insight, primarily because as a representative of the Australian Institute of Management, much like Professor Nolan, I'm assuming that the drive and the change and the shape of the future of education has really been influenced by business as well as the quick adaptations that have needed to take place. Share with us your insight as to how not only the current pandemic, but of course ongoing macroeconomic challenges might have influenced how, as an institution, you've responded to reshaping and realigning the future of education. Professor Martin?
Yes, certainly. If I could comment on Australian higher education in general. First of all, I agree with Professor Nolan that there's some enormous opportunities for the future. And I think that universities in Australia did a very good job at very quickly moving to a digital type of world. However, I think that along with that move to a digital world, the Australian experience of students has been one of digital dissatisfaction. So while universities have been quick to move to a virtual environment, I don't think students have been particularly pleased with the outcome of those types of experiences. So in Australia, for example, students are saying, well, I've been paying for this, for that, but I haven't really had the true face-to-face experiences, which is what I thought I was paying for. So that's one of the issues. I don't think that in terms of the model that we've used across Australia, some have been more successful than others. But when we pride ourselves on creating the best student experience, there's been a serious backlash amongst students here in terms of the satisfaction that they've had with what's been on offer. The other thing I think about is that while universities now will move towards things like micro-credentials or short courses, they're not something that universities have particularly excelled at delivering in Australia. They are not in the mindset or in mind or front of mind of many academics who already have very high teaching loads, for example, and they also value their contribution to research. So when you suddenly say to academics, you're going to be engaged in delivery of short courses, there's some issues and challenges there in terms of workload. The other thing is that I think that sometimes we forget that if I'm teaching an undergraduate student in a particular area, as soon as I go out into the business community, I need to adjust my style and how I deliver that in the content. So, there is quite a bit of work to do. So I think in essence, the shift to a virtual world has resulted, as I said, in some digital dissatisfaction. And I think we've got a long way to go in terms of providing the best experience there. But in terms of the broader offering of short courses and micro-credentials and so on, I think we've also some great opportunities, as Professor Nolan says. However, I think there's some serious challenges in making sure we deliver according to client expectations.
We certainly will delve into those elements regarding micro-credentials in a moment. But I guess to stay with you again for just a moment, Professor Martin, I'm keen to understand more about the theme and the concepts of the experience of education. So often we don't take that into account until we find ourselves within a lecture hall, or as you've mentioned, experiencing the digital dissatisfaction when you zoomed out all day from participating in academic material. Are there new concepts, or are there certain principles that we need to continue to keep in mind when it comes to the experience of learning, and also how that will continue to shift in the upcoming years?
Well, I think you're going to see some universities or higher education institutions actually move to a far more innovative model, which is a smart university type model. Now, if you think about things these days, when we're really talking about something that's digitally driven, students want this. They want to be able to enrol anytime. They want to be able to attend classes anytime. They want to be able to hand in their assignments anytime. And they want a very personalised learning experience. Now, in some institutions, we're a long way from that, and there are questions about exactly how much we should provide. But I'm thinking that what the pandemic's done is forced us to think about the student experience in terms of us being smart universities and providing an anywhere, anytime type of experience. That's where we're really headed. The other issue is that, we keep talking about student experience over and over and over again in Australian universities, like I'm sure we do in other parts of the world. And every university has on its agenda have a smart or create this great student experience. But sometimes we leave students out of that voice. What would provide that fantastic experience for students? And I think quite often we're missing the student voice in thinking about how we plan for the future.
Very valid points there. I'm certain that we might get some further feedback from individuals who are currently students or previously been students who will share their feedback with us in the chat box. So please do make sure to make use of that service and share your questions and your thoughts with us as we look to unpack further details regarding lifelong learning becoming more of an imperative within the new world of work as well as skills development. But Professor Linkalebula, we've kept you quiet for too long, and I'm keen to get your insight as well as we build up and look to expand primarily on your experience being recently appointed at UNISA. If you can give us some of your insight into the future of education and of course building up on some of these themes and concepts that we've heard from Europe, that we've heard from Australia, but what is the African experience here?
Thank you very much, Google, am I audible? Thank you. Thank you very much, Google, for the opportunity. I want to first emphasize that the notion of lifelong learning has been integral to the University of South Africa. You'd understand that University of South Africa spawned the open distance learning as an idea of ensuring that higher education was accessible to multiplicities of people, including those who were already in the world of work. The COVID-19 pandemic has therefore made it imperative for us to thinking, therefore, how do we entwine this inventive approach that UNISA spawned in 1873, 148 years ago, around ensuring that as you're working, you can also continue studying. The second aspect that majority of people have been talking around is the idea of micro-learning. I think we are in the context of South Africa, in the context of the African continent, where majority of people, including women, were marginalized from accessing higher education. And it's imperative, therefore, for us, before we even move to micro-learning, to ensure that the availability and accessibility through MOOCs and other multi-dimensional opportunities for studying are available. At UNISA, we are able to continue our academic system, whether examinations, assessments, research on the online platforms, primarily because this has been a multi-modality that we use, open distance e-learning approaches. The second part that I think is very important, higher education is not just for transmitting particular ideas or for readiness for the world of work. Higher education also imparts critical skills for students to innovate, to ensure that they create work and not just look towards being employed. The entwining the development in the 4.0 industrialization, which Klaus Schwab and others refer to as the fourth industrial revolution, might therefore be just enablers that aid us to ensuring that we enable multiplicities of students from accessing their higher education. And the idea of micro-credentialing has always been a component, because for us, it's for degree purposes, but also for transfer of skills. Finally, I want to state that one of the critical aspects that we must not forget is that the technological invention are a component of lifelong learning, and the improvements in the technological inventions are not necessarily absolute as knowledge arenas. The ideas that natural scientific developments as well as social scientific developments must always be at the center of enabling the socio-political, economic, ecological, and the agitation for humanizing people through knowledge is an integral aspect that is often forgotten. We often associate education with looking for jobs. It's not about that. It's about for constantly searching for freedom, for knowledge, for imparting, for improving economic system, and for ensuring that we overcome the indifference towards the triple and grand challenges that society grapples with, such as climatic changes, poverty, inequality, and associated anomalies in our societies. So
Prof, I'm going to jump in there because you really highlighted a very critical point that I believe is quite integral to the conversation that we're having here today. As you mentioned, that we don't just seek and pursue education in order to find jobs, but it's really about addressing the multiplicities of our experience as human beings, but also the roles that we serve within various sectors of society. And I'm keen to get your views as to how we apply this to the learning models that we need to establish. Earlier, Professor Nolan mentioned that degrees are still imperative. You've highlighted that too, but we're also well aware that short-term courses also provide a sense of competitiveness to the workforce. So I guess against the context and the backdrop that we know all economies globally want to be competitive and innovative, but yet we know that the structure of our economies and societies differ vastly. What does this tell us then about the kind of education models we need to pursue for the future in order to enable lifelong learning? How would that differ or vary region to region? And should we be looking to implement policies that are rather bespoke to the markets that we serve? Professor Lenkabula, I'd like to start with you first and perhaps get your perspective on this, Professor Nolan.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's very important for higher education institution not to just provincialize their articulation of knowledge. It's very important to produce knowledge that is contextually relevant whilst globally competitive. It's also important that we have a knowledge that is emancipatory, given that the historiography of the regions may not be the same. So on the one hand, higher education systems within the context of South Africa, Australia, North America have come about with colonial lenses into the idea of education. And sometimes they have mimicked what has gone on in the Euro-Americas and separated the idea of being human, the idea of inventions, but also the ideas of Africa's civilization. So I'm of the view that for us to have globally resonant knowledge systems, we must also have African knowledge systems at the center, whilst at the same time ensuring that they interface with other knowledge systems, civilizations, innovations, and research, as well as allowing this notion of freedom, which is often underplayed when we speak about the relevance of higher education. So ideas of decoloniality of knowledge or anti-colonial knowledge are quite important, but also in the context where higher education systems have not always looked at everybody as human, where theories, philosophies, ideation have generally tended to marginalize women or people living with disabilities or LGBTQIA persons. It's very important that the social sciences, but also the technological systems that are entwined with didactics, pedagogies, or even approaches to teaching and research must ensure that they overcome the hegemonic systems that have not allowed this flourishing of humanity or ecological sustainability or the ideas of sharing multiversality or pluriversality are important. Why should we be citing inventions from Africa using the lenses or optics of others? That's the question that we must put at the center of this discourse and analysis. Thank you.
Professor Linkabula, very clearly making very clear statements there in terms of making sure that we do adapt and localize some of those solutions that we're hearing when it comes to the African continent. But Professor Nolan, I'm also keen to hear your perspective on this one. Does the economic environment, the structural policies around geographic locations play a significant influence in the kind of education models we should be pursuing going forward? Professor Nolan, your mic happens to be on mute.
Apologies. Yes, I do. We have to be responsive to our local regional context. And indeed, I think that's hugely important for us. We have mapped the needs and the needs of the local economy and against Scotland's national performance framework, addressing things like child poverty, like climate change. There are big issues, widening access to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity. So we do have to adapt those models. And good things about COVID have meant, certainly in my university, people from more deprived socioeconomic backgrounds have actually done really well. They have, once we've been able to ensure they've had digital connectivity, we've been able to reach people. They've been able to engage in learning in a way they may not have done before. So there's a lot of learning for us to do. I think as we look to the future, we have to engage with our local regions, with the business needs. But we also have to, and I think Professor Linkabula kind of said, education is beyond just looking for a job, and the jobs will change undoubtedly over your lifetime. So we have to prepare our students through our curriculum, that kind of basic undergraduate curriculum, that is inclusive, that deals with being innovative, developing the attributes that people will need to play a part, a constructive part in where the communities wherever they will live and work. And of course, they're not going to all stay in my local region in Scotland. And even if they do, they're going to be engaging with people from Africa, from Australia, from all over the world in the businesses or whatever. So it's this blend of the local context for our course provision or our knowledge creation and our curriculum development, but in the context of a global environment and the things that mean a lot to us, like inclusive, people being aware of protecting their environment. So there's a lot of challenge there in our curriculum. In terms of the lifelong learning, I think, as Gary has pointed out, there are real challenges for many universities. You know, we're not prepared to do all of this, you know, masses of short courses and micro credentials, you know, at the drop of a hat, and you know, staff have other things to do. So I think that, and there are plenty of other providers and private providers in that space as well. However, it's something that, certainly from my perspective, I graduated as a veterinary surgeon, and in order to keep my professional registration, I have to undertake lifelong learning. I'm compelled to do so many hours per year to make sure that I'm keeping skills. And there are areas where I know my university can really provide that kind of upskilling short course really well. For example, we have a huge school of nursing and midwifery. We can do short courses, we can do micro credentials that actually build on our strengths, our capacities, and our capabilities. I can't say we can do that across the board. So I think you'll see higher education institutions mapping their way now, and I'm still mapping the way with my colleagues of my university. I don't know where we'll be, but we're still mapping that. But think you'll see diversification of universities in their provision and what they do.
It brings about a very interesting point, because at some point in the conversation today, the element regarding collaboration was also referred to. And I do hear you mentioning that we do need to reevaluate the curriculum development, and it's still a journey that's being mapped out. But Professor Martin, maybe you can also engage us here and share your thoughts in terms of the opportunity for higher institutions of learning to collaborate instead of compete. And perhaps, as Professor Nolan highlighted, that institutions might prefer to actually focus on certain spheres of excellence versus trying to appeal to a mass market of potential students. What's your take on the growth prospects of collaboration between institutions?
Yes, my take is that universities in Australia typically do not collaborate. And we talk about collaboration and people will say we collaborate, but it comes down to they might collaborate on a research project. There's a little bit of collaboration around curriculum development and so on. But at the end of the day, I think collaboration is huge challenge for universities who really do want to actually have it all and have the strength. And you know, collaboration just doesn't happen. It takes a lot of work to collaborate effectively. So you have to weigh up the pros and cons of doing that, whether it's better to produce something yourself or whether it is more important to partner with others. So I think there are a whole lot of things around different systems that universities have in place, different processes, different approaches to teaching and learning and so on. So collaboration sounds fantastic, but I think there are some significant challenges with universities getting together to, say, share curriculum, which sounds fantastic. That's the Australian experience. It's not necessarily the experience of others, but I think it is an issue. The other issue around collaboration and why we perhaps should collaborate more across the world, there's an element of cancelling things like humanities type courses, cancelling social sciences type courses, cancelling courses in the arts. Now, if we were to collaborate as universities and bring together our expertise, perhaps there'd be fewer cancellations. But I think that is a challenge in itself. And I think collaboration, if it was successful, could stop courses being cancelled because perhaps low take-up and so on. The other thing I just wanted to comment on very quickly was You know, we've talked about lifelong learning and how universities are not just about getting a job. And that's where the humanities and social sciences and the arts come in. Yet they're the first to be thrown out the door when there's budget restrictions.
Exactly. And that's a very valid point. And I'm hoping to stay with you very briefly there, Professor Martin, just in terms of understanding how we're moving away from STEM to STEAM, the incorporation of the arts within the sciences-backed fields. And of course, humanities playing a bigger role, as we understand, as individuals, whilst we adapt to problem solving, whilst we know we need to be critical in our thinking and problem solving skills. But as you mentioned, we need to go back to going to the fundamentals of programs that have previously been cancelled. What are you witnessing in Australia? Is this still a trend and a theme regarding the cancellation of these kind of subject matters? And what role does this play in terms of lifelong learning going forward? Do we need to see the return of the incorporation of the arts, humanities into additional streams of education?
Well, I think in a number of institutions in Australia, not all institutions, the arts, humanities, social sciences are under significant threat. Courses have been cancelled and there has been a lot of opposition to it. But at the same time of that, in Australia, students are expected to make a contribution towards their tuition fees. And ironically, these very courses that are needed during such challenging times as now have seen significant increases in terms of the contribution that students have been expected to make in the social sciences, in the arts, and so on. So, you know, we say one thing in some situations and say how important these things are, and then we increase the prices, and that's a disincentive for those that want to be involved. But as I said, it's the time now we need problem-solving skills. It's the time now we need to be able to work in teams and cooperate with others. Yet, you know, the humanities and so on, so strong on delivering on those attributes. So we shouldn't be putting them at risk. We should be bolstering our offerings in those areas. Easier said than done, but I think it's an important challenge for universities.
Nkabula, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on this one as to what the South African university's experience has been in terms of incorporating and not cancelling some of these critical themes and subjects that do help when it comes to the development of individuals in contribution to lifelong learning.
I'm of the view that precisely because of our historical experiences, we have tended to value humanities, particularly because we are reigniting and re-inviting humanizing, inclusive knowledge systems that are not only attendant to the local problems, but that require ensuring that the global attention to the deployment of knowledge in order to improving societal life, not just in the local context, but in the global context becomes integral. The second aspect is that if we live in a technicist world that just think around computational issues and not how they impact on the lives of human beings, on biotic life, on trees, flowers, and fish, then we are going to be a somewhat unbalanced society or global society. So I'm of the view that the integration of creatives, of humanities, alongside the science, technology, and engineering are quite integral. But for us in the context of South Africa, especially at UNISA, we have realized that to a large extent, our humanities, social sciences have been quite strong, have been impactful. And now we need to reignite those areas that require a catalytic intervention in our national innovation system, but also in the continental innovation system. Issues of marine studies, whether oceanography or economic studies related to issues of the electropolis, aviation, aeronautical issues are quite important because the tendency is for our countries to depend on others, either in the Euro-Americas or Asia, to have those sets of skills. So we are in the processes of ensuring that these catalytic areas are integral. Right now, we are talking not just about the universe. Space studies are quite integral. South Africa is one of those countries that has contributed to the square kilometer array. And it's very important that African universities invest in that and they improve that, because we cannot borrow ideas only from elsewhere. We must also be at the center of inventing our own ideas and of creating research, engaged scholarship, and impact that is not just relevant for ourselves, but also for the global arena. And that helps with lifelong learning, because on an ongoing manner, reflecting, reprioritizing, but also understanding what are those areas that still require educational intention and educational interventions or inventions. Thank you.
Professor Linkabula, you mentioned a very valid point there, because that really does set the tone in terms of shifting away from education primarily being in order to find a job. And these sentiments have been echoed by many of your colleagues. But it's difficult to shy away from the reality on the ground, specifically here in South Africa, where we have an unemployment rate consisting considerably of the large majority of the youth. 1 in 4 of South African youth are actually unemployed. And education is often used and highlighted as a tool for them to find and seek employment. Let's talk about trying to create an incentive for individuals who might not be economically active, but driving them to find the courage to continue to pursue education against the backdrop that you've just highlighted, even though the macroeconomic environment is not in that favor. How do we strike that dynamic? Appealing to people and incentivizing them to learn and seek an education, even though the economic environment and climate does not allow them to participate economically in those fields.
Yes, so I think our innovative system must be integral, especially to youth and young adults. In the context of South Africa, as you rightly stated, we are only able to absorb 2 million young people. 4 million, according to Statistics South Africa, are either looking for a job or have lost intention to looking for a job. Therefore, universities must also try to ensuring that the skill sets that we are teaching, researching, impacting on are relevant also to this dynamism. For instance, internships, research assistantships, the idea of deploying science diplomacy, where exchange of opportunities in other geographic environments and learning and creating, as well as inserting civic education and entrepreneurial education. It's very important that we do not only produce entrepreneurs who become successful business people with lots of profitability, but indifferent to the social conditions of the world that they live in. So I'm of the view that it's very important that entrepreneurship becomes an integral part of, as well as civic education, innovation, creativity, as well as ensuring that we empower young people to understand that getting a degree, a certificate, or a short course is just for a job, but to also be inventive and being part of the ideas or research that seeks to finding solutions to the problems that they encounter. And I think in such a way, we allow youth and young adults, but also my age group who are, I studied ethics. I'm interested in ethics, but I'd also like to learn other ideas around film, create documentaries, and that's part of also constantly edifying and finding the fullness of life through creativity and knowledge. And that's something we shouldn't shy away as universities from encouraging, because oftentimes we prepare people for employment. They should create it. They should.
Prof, you mentioned a very valid point there in terms of making sure that we allow people to edify and expand on the many talent pools that they have. And I'm inclined to actually say that you are still a youth and a young adult. Everyone on this panel actually is, because that's the opportunity that education does provide, right? It doesn't necessarily place a limit on timelines, on growth, and speaks to the flexibility that Professor Martin had highlighted. And I'm inclined, Professor Martin, to also seek your views on this, whilst we looking at the lens of the sub-Saharan African perspective, perspective where education really does need to be provided as an incentive, not only for employment, but also just for greater learning and a greater overall experience in life. What has the experience in Australia been? Are we seeing that individuals are more inclined to continue to pursue lifelong learning, even if it does not come with the incentive of greater economic benefits for their personal gain?
Look, I think, yes, there are individuals who are pursuing further learning, and it might have been that they've had an undergraduate degree and then moved through to a postgraduate degree, and that's a coursework type degree. And I think, that market is still alive in Australia. But I think people are also challenged by some of the fees that go with studying postgraduate courses that perhaps are not research-based courses. And while they are very popular with some people, people are struggling to actually fund it themselves. And that's where some employers in Australia have come in. They've valued a particular staff member and they've paid tuition fees, which has then encouraged people to continue on. It does come back to this idea of you don't have to do a degree, obviously, to do further learning, and that's where the whole discussion about micro-credentials has really been encouraging in many ways, although I don't think that universities have a very common understanding of what they might do to respond to industry and individual needs. Micro-credentials, for example, in Australia, there's no definition what that actually means. It's unclear how they're different to short courses. Some offer credit towards a degree program, some don't offer a course, some are high quality, some are less than high quality. In some universities, you could be guaranteed that university faculty are going to be delivering those courses, where in other universities, they use contractors or those outside of the universities to deliver these. So there's a whole series of issues around providing that type of learning, which would be very, very attractive for many people if it was done very, very well. And I think, that's the link that we have to make. And to go back to the question about trying to encourage people, even if they don't have opportunities for jobs, it's quite different to say, here, I'm going to do a 3-year degree versus I'm going to do a short course and have a taste of what it's like to engage in this type of learning and move slowly towards perhaps a degree by stacking up some credit that you might get from micro-learning. The other thing
We'll have to leave it there for the moment, Professor Martin, because I would like to get some insight very briefly from Professor Nolan as we wrap up. And very briefly, Professor Nolan, if you can summarize this for us, at least in 60 seconds. It does appear as though there's a lot of ambiguity and a lack of certainty as we continue to evolve and shape the future of lifelong learning and education across the globe. But we realize and recognize that technology has its positives in terms of allowing increased access, but of course also has its limitations given the digital distress and dissatisfaction that was highlighted by Professor Martin. As we move forward, what are some of the considerations we need to add to the table to make sure that we shift to a paradigm which is more comfortable for all participants in shaping lifelong learning and the future of higher education?
As I said, I think the future of higher education is bright. There are huge opportunities, and those have been exposed to us. The silver linings in this cloud of COVID around how we use technology, how we can reach people who are, economically inactive or socially disadvantaged. So it is a time of real uncertainty, and that's okay. In this time, I have seen in my institution great innovation and great passion for innovation. And people who work in universities and educators, they have a passion for education because they see the power of how it can transform people's opportunities throughout their lives. So I can't give you I know lifelong learning will become important as people change careers, or people might just need to pick up a skill, a certain coding language or something like that. So there's different, and Gary highlighted, it's a myriad of options and opportunities, and I can't give you the direction yet. But I know what I'm going to do in my institution to satisfy my regional needs in the context of education being empowering for individuals and it being inclusive and all the attributes that Professor Lenkabula described of a really good curriculum. So I don't have an answer for you, but I feel very positive about the future and what we can do to support development of the communities that we serve.
I think a very honest reflection from each of you as panelists who've gained or joined us to gain some insight into understanding the future of lifelong learning. And whilst we understand technology has increased inclusion, it does come with its own sense of dissatisfaction when it comes to students. It does allow us, of course, when it comes to micro qualifications, to expand on our knowledge that we need to build up on. But there is still a role and function for specialization, degrees, as well as a breadth and depth into the focus that individuals provide into their courses of studies. So thank you so much to our panelists for giving us the insight that they've shared with us today. We really do appreciate your time. To Professor Andrea Nolan, Principal and Vice Chancellor at Edinburgh Napier University, Professor Gary Martin, Chief Executive Officer at the Australian Institute of Management in Western Australia, and Professor Buleng Lenkabula, Principal and Vice Chancellor at the University of South Africa. We appreciate your time and of course appreciate your listening and participation, as the conversations are certainly going to expand throughout the course of the day.
Very interesting conversation there, Gugu, about how lifelong learning can involve the course that you've just picked up or somewhere or at an institution. And I guess that was the one thing that hard lockdown was really good for. You could just pick up a skill or do a short course while you were at home. But thank you for that panel. And for our next one-on-one, we cross to Ghana.
The address on the role of accreditation and regulation in the New World Order is delivered by Professor Muhammad Salifu, Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission.
Thank you very much. I am very grateful to CNBC Africa and partners for inviting me to make this presentation. Redefining the purpose of education in the times that we live in, for me, is a very, very pertinent topic to consider. And for somebody who is in the area of accreditation and regulation of higher education, I think this is most opportune for us to reflect on where we go given the current world situation. I represent the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, and by statutes, this is the body that is empowered to ensure accreditation of all tertiary education institutions and programs. We do that in conformity with certain stated principles, as with all accrediting agencies. These principles are driven by the purpose for which the educational system has been set up. For us in Ghana, this is a constitutional matter. So the purpose has been stated in the directive principles of state policy. This guides what the state needs to do, the lead role that the state needs to take in providing education to the generality of the population, and therefore what the role of government must be. So, for example, our constitution specifies that the states must be able to provide equal and balanced access to all types of education. And for tertiary education in particular, the aspiration is to have equal access to university or equivalent education with emphasis on science and technology. The state is also enjoined to provide free adult literacy, free vocational training, and lifelong learning. So borrowing a page from this constitutional provision, our education sector plan clearly articulates what the purpose of education is in our country. And I believe that in general terms, this will be applicable across the developing world. And the purpose, as stated in Education Sector Plan 2018 to 2030, is to provide relevant education with emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, including ICT, information communication technology, to equip individuals for self-actualization and peaceful coexistence, as well as skills for the workplace and for national development. So this is the purpose that the whole enterprise of education is set up to achieve. The human being is at the very center, and as we empower the human being to operate as a citizen, responsible and productive citizen, we are also seeking to produce the critical mass of skills to drive the workforce and therefore to achieve socioeconomic transformation in Ghana. So if we have to redefine the purpose of education, this will be the context in which this will be done. But if you consider, one considers the totality of the purpose as stated, you will find that it will be valid for most times and, you know, in most jurisdictions. The human, because it's a very holistic definition, it's a very holistic aspiration, which puts the human being at the very center. So if we have to redefine the purpose, for me, the consideration will be to look at how to contextualize that, given the evolving trends within the country and outside. And I just wanted to take a minute or two to give you a sense about the framework, the institutional and legal framework that provides for the delivery of higher education, so that we can put the role of accreditation and regulation in proper context. In our country, in Ghana, like in most, nearly all countries, you know, higher education services are provided by both private and the public sector. Until the mid-90s, the early to mid-90s, we had very little private sector participation. But since the purpose of education was restated and the focus being on massification, making sure that education reaches out to every single citizen that is in need of higher education within the age bracket that they ought to be in higher education. The private sector has been encouraged to partner the state sector to provide education in the manner that has been provided in the Constitution and in our education sector plan. So this has led to a boom in private sector participation. And we have moved from 1 or 2 institutions in the early to mid-90s to almost 100 private sector participants in higher education. The state sector has also blossomed. And I'm talking about not just university, I'm talking about tertiary education in general, which includes all post-secondary level, diploma, degree, and professional related programs. So in the national context, you know, the dimension has changed. The variety of institutions, the diversity, the kind of programs, the geographical expanse that these institutions are occupying present a very particular and peculiar challenge in terms of accreditation. Globally speaking, we've also been challenged by the need to position the country in such a way that it competes, becomes competitive in the 4th Industrial Revolution. And this is essentially about introducing digital modes. So the whole economy is digitizing, and so the educational system has to be on a similar track in order to make our country a viable competitor within the fourth industrial revolution. So these are two dimensions that have contributed to actually shape the way regulation and accreditation of educational institutions and programs will go into the future. As we know, to be able to accomplish accreditation and regulation of these institutions effectively, there's a certain framework, quality and standards framework that all such institutions use. And by the way, the vast majority of external accrediting bodies which oversee this process, as it is in Ghana, tend to be state sector operatives. Even though in many jurisdictions, you are having to see more voluntary compliance, more voluntary efforts, private sector consortia coming together to guarantee these processes. But in Ghana and most other countries around the world, it still remains the state sector that provides that. And in this particular case, as I said, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission does that. So because of the rapid expansion in the service provision, the complexity and diverse nature of programs that are being done, there's a peculiar challenge for the accrediting agencies, which provide the stamp of approval that the institution that is set up to deliver specific programs are able to deliver those programs that answer to the national aspirations. And so there's a fitness for purpose in there, and there are quality standards that are issued to guide the process. The accreditation process is a process leading to the stamp of approval to guarantee that. And in the diversity and evolving nature of the way the delivery is done, we will have to envisage an accreditation system that equally innovates and keeps track of the trends in the delivery of higher education. It would have been a challenge enough trying to configure our systems to deliver the expectations for meeting the requirements of the fourth industrial revolution. Fortunately or unfortunately for us, the COVID pandemic has brought even further to the fore the urgency of leveraging technology to be able to deliver higher education in a qualitative manner. So as the pandemic broke out, our institutions were found largely wanting. It exposed our over-reliance on in-person and standard modes of delivery. It exposed disadvantages. It exposed the culture of doing things in a rather slow and unresponsive manner, and stress the urgency for us to be a lot more adaptive, a lot more flexible, and a lot more responsive to the needs of the national economy. The COVID situation combining with requirements of Industry 4.0 means that when we reform our accreditation processes, for example, we need to be able to provide commensurate quality assurance for learning systems that are moving to remote or blended modes, because it needs to be a lot more flexible. Curricula need to be reformed almost on a real-time basis. People have to learn using various technology and devices from remote location, and we need to be able to guarantee the fidelity of assessments. We also need to be able to evaluate the use of technology such as robotics, gamification, AI, and Internet of Things in the delivery of higher education. And we need to adapt our processes and procedures to stay on top of the game. But I think on the whole, the prospects are very good because in our situation, in the case of Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, we recently launched a new tertiary education policies, precisely trying to shift the delivery of higher education in the same direction as would be required by the challenges presented currently. And so having had a policy framework, GTech itself has been a manifestation, a product of the policy reforms. And we are very hopeful that we will be able to adapt and innovate in order to guarantee the relevance of education and the quality of education that are provided for very specific national aspirations. We should take this opportunity to once again thank CNBC Africa, Forbes Africa, for creating this opportunity for me to make an input in terms of the discussions about challenges posed by regulation, posed to regulatory and accrediting organizations by the New World Order. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I wish you a very successful summit 2021 on redefining the purpose of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that address. That was Professor Mohammed Salifu, Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Before we cross over to the UK for our next talk, we have a short commercial break, and after that, our DSTV audience will be rejoining us.
Corp's best-of-breed technology and services span the entire student life cycle. We work with you to select the technology and services that are optimal for all your learning, administration, communication, and wellness needs. We help organizations realize the potential of technology in education, not only through our own products and services, but we also partner with international companies like Instructure to bring world-class solutions like Canvas LMS to Africa. We cover everything from initial consulting and implementation to support for you and your people as you adopt learning technology in everyday activities, and then help you scale, adapt, and evolve tomorrow. Eiffel Corp. You'll find us at the center of a Venn diagram made up of education, technology, and innovation.
In a world of possibilities, our choices define who we are. We can choose to simply get things done, but we choose to make a difference. We choose great over good every time because we can. And because we can, we must. Instead of simply providing access, we see the potential for success. We exist to empower ordinary people to do extraordinary things. We aim higher and we choose to do more. Our choices define us. And when faced with the choice, we always choose extraordinary.
Right, welcome back to both our webinar audience and our DSTV audience. We're now crossing it to the UK to hear from an international speaker and prominent educator.
Joining us now for a talk on the topic, do we really need 21st century skills in the 21st century, is Tom Bennett, Director and Founder of Research Ed in the United Kingdom.
Hi, and welcome to my session. My name's Tom Bennett, and I'm very honoured to be asked to speak at the Future of Education Summit. One of the things I'd like to talk about today is, do we need 21st century skills for the 21st century? Which on the surface of it sounds like a crazy suggestion. Of course we do. I'm going to try and puncture that slightly. One of the things I'm going to try to persuade you of is the fact that what we call 21st century skills are actually 19th century skills, redressed with a haircut for the 21st century. And then we can do a lot better than what people traditionally call 21st century skills. So my first thought is this: what are 21st century skills? I mean, we've heard about them a lot, and people talk about them a lot. And you often see them propagated and promoted by institutions like, for instance, the OECD, which is now like almost the International Educational Inspectorate. So many countries lead into it. Things like the World Economic Forum, but lots of contemporary advocates of education, particularly in innovation and revolution in education, talk about 21st century skills. And on the surface of it, it sounds like a no-brainer. Of course, we should be focusing on 21st century skills for the 21st century. But this is more a piece of rhetoric and clever argumentation, because 21st century skills are typically described as things like critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, the 4 C's. I mean, you can bundle a whole load of other things in with that, things like tech literacy. And then there's other things which tend to get stapled onto it as well. Other dimensions of education, such as we should revolutionize the way in which we teach by, for example, using blended learning, online learning, distance learning, remote learning, independent learning, project work, group work, and so on. There's loads of these things which tend to all get bundled together under the mantle of 21st century skills and 21st century education. And on the surface of it, it's incredibly seductive. But I'm going to try to persuade you of the fact that these things, as I said before, are a throwback to the 19th century, that they're not the best way to teach. They're certainly not the best way to learn, and they shouldn't be at the heart of any innovation, and that we should be incredibly careful about trying to turn education upside down and shake it like a snow globe before we actually ask ourselves, what do we know works in education about how people learn? And for that, I'm going to propose we need to look a lot more closely at the emergent evidence bases and research bases which have emerged from fields like cognitive psychology and the learning sciences. So the rationale for 21st century innovation is this. People say things like the 21st century is unlike any other century, that this is a brave new world and we have to have the skills required to tackle it. People say that our knowledge is outdated before we leave school, and that many of the things that we learn in school will be useless by the time people enter the jobs market. People think that we don't need to learn things particularly closely because we've got Google and we've got so much information at our fingertips. People think that employers in particular are obsessed with 21st century competencies, and they don't need children who know about history or Newton's laws and so on. They need children who can compete in a jobs market, who grow up to become critical thinkers and creative thinkers and collaborators and so on. They say that tech will revolutionize learning. They say that children are digital natives, that they're multitaskers, and the way in which we teach them and the way in which we learn must be revisited and revised. I'm not sure any of these things are actually true. Number one, the idea that the 21st century is unlike any other previous century. You could say that about any century compared to the century previous to it. And crucially, the competencies that were described, the critical thinking and so on, these have always been necessary. We have never not needed these things to innovate and to create a brave and bold new world. So it's ridiculous to say that all of a sudden these are the things we need rather than before. There's a deeper argument, which many scientists make, which is that things like critical thinking and creativity are not things that can be inherently and directly taught to students, that we need to teach them content, we need to teach them facts, we need to teach them material about the world and about the subject that they want to be creative or critical thinkers in. In other words, there's no such thing as just being a critical thinker by itself, separate from the content you learn about which you're being critical. Or to put it another way, somebody who might be a great innovator in physics might not be a great innovator in an unrelated field like English or poetry or literature, or they may not know how to be a creative thinker when it comes to fixing an engine or building a wall. Why? Because they don't have the content knowledge. When you've got great content knowledge of the discipline that you're good at, that's when you are a great critical thinker. That's when you can be very, very creative. And even great artists learn, the trade and the craft and the materials and the processes of the art forms that they use, and they absorb the understanding of the art that's existed prior to them, the great traditions of their discipline, so that they can become creative. So I don't think that's a particularly good argument. Other people say that our knowledge is outdated before we leave school. Again, this is one of these nonsense facts circulated around. Knowledge is incremental. Most jobs that we have now are built on existing jobs which existed fairly recently. So if you're, for example, an app designer, you draw on the emerging disciplines of design, but also computer design, algorithms and mathematics and everything else that came before that, and engineering and so on. So we build on our knowledge. Knowledge doesn't become outdated before we leave school. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that whatsoever. So let's cast that one to the bin. People often say, oh, well, we've got Google. We don't need to memorize things so much. Again, Google doesn't make you smart. Google means that you've got access to information, but it doesn't mean that you know which information to select or how to process that information or to understand if that information is correct or not. You can't outsource understanding. Knowledge is the basis of understanding. Knowing the foundational material of the discipline that you're talking about makes you smart. Being good at your subject and knowing lots about it means you know what kind of things to Google. But devoid of that content, students don't know what to Google. Students don't know what to look up. It's a bit like saying that you can speak French if you don't speak French because you've got Google and you can use Google Translate. That doesn't mean you can speak French. And also the words that you select to try to translate may well not be the type, may not end up being the meaning that you want in the language you want to speak. So Google doesn't mean that we don't need to learn and indeed memorize lots and lots of facts and information. Google suggests that we've got greater access to information, but we need to make sure that we know what information it is that we need to find out in the first place. Another myth which is bandied about is that employers are obsessed with 21st century competencies. They probably are, because you hear this all the time. But number one, employers are not the arbiters of what we need to teach children. Humanity itself decides what education's point is. Now, part of that will be vocational, sure. But I'm not sure it's sensible for us to say that schools need to teach children the skills they need in order to thrive in a particular industry, because there are thousands of industries in which they could thrive. It may well be that once students get to a certain age, for example, 16 or so, that we stop giving them this broad and general education about the best we've learned before about lots of different subjects and disciplines. Maybe at that point we might want to start specializing, but that's at the point at which people become joiners of the job market. And then employers usually want schools to teach children things that they themselves should be teaching children or young people once they get into that field. So I think it's up to employers to train children in the things that they want children to be good at. And it's up to schools to teach children in the things that will help them to become well-educated, rounded human beings. People say that tech will revolutionize learning and it will change everything. And then once we've got access to tech, then the classroom will be completely different. Well, there's a reason why the classroom paradigm has lasted for so long. There's a reason why it hasn't changed much. Why you've still got the teacher pretty much at the front and the children sitting down, listening and taking notes and doing activities and telling the teacher what they know and then being tested on it and so on. There's a reason why that's lasted. It's because it's a very powerful and useful model. And all of the predictions that tech will revolutionize learning, none of them have come true. People have been saying this since the invention of the television and the radio, that this would revolutionize learning and children would be learning through the television. So sadly not. And things like blended learning and distance learning and remote learning are very, very useful tools. I mean, I'm not certainly decrying tech in general. That would be absurd. These are very useful tools in particular contexts. For example, adult education, when children can't access a school for whatever reason. For example, the pandemic, or perhaps they're too far from a school, or maybe they're sick, or maybe they're in a young offender institution or whatever. There's lots of reasons why tech is a really useful tool at times. But for the vast majority of children and the vast majority of schools and classrooms, tech is something which we use to sometimes assist learning rather than the object and the platform of learning itself. The idea that children should be learning in a blended form, I think, and I hope, has been killed off entirely by the pandemic. When children who would normally be in school were accessing lessons at school and finding it massively inferior to the learning experience they encounter when they go to a face-to-face school. But then technology often offers answers for questions that teachers aren't asking. Instead, what it tends to do is offer technology and products for people to buy who didn't realize that they wanted them in the first place. And that's a very, very different premise. There's also the idea that children are digital natives and multitaskers. And again, everything must change because of this. Children are not digital natives. I mean, most of the children I teach and have taught aren't even aware that Facebook has privacy settings. I mean, children are as much consumers as anybody else. And that's how I describe them, digital consumers as much as adults are. And some children are very, very tech savvy and some are not. And I would argue most are not, similar to adults. And also this idea that children multitask, so they have to be taught in a multimedia way, is also nonsense. Our brains haven't changed in hundreds of thousands of years. We're not multitaskers. We're very bad at multitasking. When we multitask at three things, we tend to do three things badly. What we are task switchers, and our attention focuses from one task to the other. And we lose focus when we do that. So again, another myth that I think we can throw out the window. My proposal is that what people call 21st century skills is essentially a philosophy which we would have called progressivism, which came from the 19th century and hasn't been improved upon since then. And it emerged from philosophy, not research or science or evidence basis. It's an ideology. It's a wish for how children learn and for how schools should be. And it's all very well for people to advocate for it. And that's absolutely fine in the great debate that we have about education continuously. But there is very little evidence to suggest that anything it says is true or real. Now, this matters because children need to be taught in what I would call an evidence-informed way. And if we use non-evidence-informed techniques for education, we're going to hold children back. If you come from a wealthy, affluent family, that might not matter so much because you've got private tutors and a safety net of your family. But if you come from an impoverished situation or a disadvantaged background, this is going to matter a hell of a lot. Because education might be your only chance to change your life and make things better and to have a revolution in your own life. So it's not trivially important that we get this right. There is a huge body of evidence emerging from cognitive psychology and other scientific disciplines to suggest that we do understand quite well how children learn and therefore how we can best teach. So what we really need is a focus on evidence-informed education. We need teacher training which focuses in things like direct instruction, how we sequence the curriculum so it makes sense. A focus on education as being something knowledge-rich, not about gaseous, intangible skills that we actually can't teach directly and that we teach indirectly, or rather they are the indirect outcome of a knowledge-rich direct instruction curriculum which is well sequenced. We need to lean on things like cognitive psychology and what we actually know about learning. We need to look at things like behaviour in classrooms. How do we teach children the routines and the norms and the expectations and the values that will help them to flourish in classrooms? Again, there's a lot of evidence from developmental psychology and from social psychology, which teaches us a great deal about how to help groups of people learn in classroom settings. All of these things require an investment, but they're much, much cheaper than, for example, the absurd decision to put, for example, an interactive whiteboard in every classroom and try to insist that all lessons are blended. Try to avoid the old religion of progressivism. 21st century skills are a marketing ploy to regurgitate the same failed progressive education philosophies of a bygone era. It's redressed, it's got lipstick and a haircut, and it pretends to be something that it's not. And if you want to know more, I would suggest, and I would hope, come along to one of our Research Ed conferences or tune in to one of our Research Ed conferences online, where we try to gather educators and teachers and thought leaders and people with budgets and people in think tanks and people involved in the government of education. We try to get them all together talking about evidence sources in education. You can find us online at ResearchEd1, or you can get in touch with me, Tom Bennett71 on Twitter. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honour to speak to you. I hope to see you again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. That was Tom Bennett, educator and director and founder of Research Ed. Well, Fifi, good to have you back with us for the next panel discussion on the topic, the latest technologies transforming the face of education. Of course, we do know that we can't chart a way towards the development of the digital transformation without the proper digital infrastructure.
So, quick question, how long have you been shopping online?
Actually, I started last month.
Really? That's strange, because a lot of people have been shopping maybe one or two items online before the pandemic hit. We have been transporting or ordering our transports online before the pandemic hit, and even ordering food.
Yeah, I'm still a laggard. I'm still a laggard, but I'm coming along.
Yes, you're coming along. But one space that, in fact, has been disrupted by the pandemic, and in fact, the space in which we were forced to continue learning as a result of the pandemic, online was education. And in many sense, people say that education is one of the last sectors to be disrupted. And it's about how much of the change that is happening right now stays once the pandemic completely blows over, and how many, of course, of the trends that we are looking at and the technologies that have come about will be applicable for Africa. And this sets the scene beautifully for the next panel discussion that we will be having about the key trends in the technology space and the kind of technologies that have emerged. But let's take a look at a scene setter.
The transformation brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic globally across all industries is likely to continue. While edutech and online teaching and learning became more prominent in the education sector, both the strengths and weaknesses of online education have been exposed. As the world moves out of the shadows of the pandemic, a blended learning model is most likely to emerge and last into the future. The technological trends most likely to shape the face of education include artificial intelligence, hybrid course models, data-driven student analysis, open education resources, quality virtual learning, big data, blockchain, gamification, robotics, and the Internet of Things and 3D printing.
So lots of technologies there that are transforming the face of education. Question is, how many of them are applicable for an African setting? And we're going to get into that discussion in just a short while. And let us meet our panel who will be taking us through that very important talk.
Dan Atkins, Group CEO of the Transnational Academic Group. Dr. Felix Panganai, founder and director at the Windsor School of Excellence in Science and Technology in Zimbabwe. Miles Thies, director of Digital Learning Services at Eiffel Corp. Dean McCaubrey, founder at My Social Life. The moderator is Fifi Peters, anchor at CNBC Africa.
Well, jumping straight into the discussion, gentlemen, good afternoon. I mean, you all have quite a lot in common, aside from your gender. You guys all have a very strong background, not only in education, but also in technology. And I think that it will frame the discussion that we are about to have quite nicely. Dan, can I begin with you? A nice catch-up between us. It has been about a year or so since we last spoke at this summit last year, I believe. I'm just interested in how the experience for you has been in the past year. I mean, we're now a lot more familiar with how the world has changed, 3 waves into this pandemic, and we've got a bit of an idea of where things are going, although uncertainties still remain. But what has been your experience and the experience of your institution in the past year?
Fifi, it's great to speak to you again after a year. And the past 18 months has been really interesting in operating both the Curtin University campus in Dubai as well as the Lancaster University campus in Ghana. Both countries went into a lockdown around March of last year. And from that point on, we have been teaching primarily in a completely online mode. Even when we have tried to reopen the campuses for face-to-face studies, students have opted for online. And one thing that we have seen is there is a great difference between the different types of online learning. And the only one that we have found that is satisfactory to our students and is producing educational outcomes equal to pre-pandemic face-to-face classes is having teacher-led, fully interactive online classes where it is exactly the same as what the teacher would have been doing on campus, except it's mediated by technology. So it's not pre-recorded, it's done live, questions and answers going back and forth constantly, and use of simulations to replace things that we normally would have done in the classroom.
Kind of like a Zoom session.
Yes, like a Zoom session. So instead of a webinar where it is one directional, it is fully interactive. So the students are being asked questions and having to respond, which makes sure that they're actually participating. And the teacher is available to answer student questions and clarify things. They're able to break students out into small group breakout rooms for discussion where they can monitor what's going on and ensure that the students are working through the case properly and give them feedback and things like that. That is the only thing that we found that satisfies the students, and we've been able to demonstrate at both campuses that the academic results using that method have been equal to, or in some cases better than, the academic results that were being achieved in face-to-face classes pre-pandemic.
That is quite interesting. But Dr. Felix, perhaps you can give us your perspective of what has happened at your institution, West Tech. Has it been the same for your students who may not have been able to attend the campus physically, that there was in actual fact a preference for online learning even when they could attend?
Thank you very much for that question. We did, I think, come to, we went into lockdown last year around March, end of March. And fortunately for us, because we founded the school as a fully digital school, meaning to say that all our resources, textbooks and everything, we opted for digital books, no printed text at all. When we started in 2015, which sounded crazy at the time because, the country was going through some difficulties in terms of availability of energy. We were having blackouts quite often, but we just persevered. We said, well, we will find alternatives, to continue on this platform. So when the lockdown came, actually, we didn't experience much disruption as many other traditional schools that are founded on, traditional methods of delivery. So, but the challenge was with our students because they had to find access to their online resources. So for us, it was just a natural transition from absence of face-to-face interaction to going on to the interaction via the online learning. And we did use the WhatsApp platform as our communication platform and as our entry or as our gateway. So we blended the use of WhatsApp with Google Class, which most of our teachers were not quite familiar with, but we were quick to get onto that platform, and we trained ourselves on how to get our way around the Google Class. But we also blended that with Zoom, although there were challenges on availability of data. So what we did was the teachers could have pre-recorded short lessons on Zoom, which they then share with the teachers with the students on WhatsApp, and then they can invite the students back to Zoom or to Google Class. And in that way, it was, of course, there was a learning curve for that particular period. But because lockdown is extended up to this period now, we just went into lockdown a month ago. But at this stage, we had become very, very agile and robust in terms of how we navigate our way on the online learning.
And Dr. Felix, how would you describe the educational outcomes of that way of learning? Has your experience been similar to that of Dan, in which some of the results of your students produced in this time on a digital learning platform like Zoom and the WhatsApps have been the same or even better than the way that learning was conducted previously?
Well, it was a mixed reaction. Our system was so good to the extent that I think it does resonate very well with what Dan said. When we were supposed to come back for the physical school in September, the parents opted to stay online up to the end of the year, when the rest of the country was going back on, to the face-to-face school. And in terms of results, we had our exam class because we have our what we call our O levels here, which is the middle high school. They were having their exams in November of last year, and the performance was very good. But it was very difficult to say whether this was a result of the way that we were delivering. But of course, we do feel that. There was a gain by the students because the use of the online learning platform, and particularly the way we were assessing students through the Google Forms, which gives a very good analytics tool, where you can see where, it's basic but very fantastic, analytical tool that you can actually use to inform the progress that the students are making. So yes, but of course, the main challenge was, of course, availability of data on the part of the students. But in terms of the learning gains that the students made during that period, it continues to grow actually, because obviously we even when we returned to the face-to-face physical school, we continued with the online learning,
right?
By way of provision for remedials and other supplemental learning for the students.
All right. The challenge that you do cite, Dr. Felix, is a challenge, in fact, that has come out quite prominently throughout the session for today, and perhaps the rest of the panel can have a think about that in the context of South Africa and Africa, in fact, as a whole, about overcoming the challenge of data that's an impediment to connectivity. But Miles, just to bring you in here, I imagine that you're going to tell me that the experience of the Eiffel Corp was similar to that of Westec, and that the institution has been run digitally, and therefore the adjustment to COVID-19 may not have been as disruptive or as difficult as it was for other traditional institutions. But just give us a sense of your experience of teaching and learning in the past year.
Thanks, Vivi. So yeah, I wish I could say that it was a great experience, and unfortunately we don't have a homogeneous experience across all the different institutions that we work with. So, if you actually speak to any higher education or teacher, you'll find that a lot of them, it wasn't an easy adjustment for them initially to the massive shift to online learning that quickly. And many of them are almost at a point of burnout. I think we've learned a lot of lessons. A lot of them have learned to kind of pick up the strain and kind of cope with the challenges now. But certainly in that first year to 9 months, the shift that was required for that online learning to take place was relatively significant. I think in some respects, the COVID and the pandemic that it brought about was, for many in the edtech sector, they would thought, well, this is really our moment to shine. This is really to kind of prove the case that technology can resolve many of the challenges around access and capability and potentially engagement that are typically lacking in traditional learning programs. But I think we quickly saw that it takes a lot more than just pieces of technology in order to be able to really create a successful learning experience, bring people and pull them through a program, and then obviously help them achieve those skills, all within the sort of original framework that we envisioned. So we're still going through that to some respect. But I think certainly the education sector, from schools level all the way through to corporate learning, higher education, a lot of growing up has been done, a lot of experimentation has happened, and I think we've seen that traditional models of teaching and learning, obviously it really struggled to cope with the challenges required by the pandemic, and a lot of that thinking can now inform what happens in future, which is obviously really good from the perspective of all educators, because those lessons will now inform specifically things like, where do we spend our money? How do we actually get the greatest benefit out of the technology that we apply? And how do we redevelop the programs that we are presenting, again, whether it be at schools, at universities, within corporates and in industry, so that they kind of meet the needs of those people in those programs and meet the needs of all the different stakeholders, those being, the students as well as industry as well.
Exactly. Thanks so much for that honest response there, Miles. And I think the message that stood out quite boldly for me was the fact that it is still a work in process at this stage. But to bring you in, Dean, good afternoon. And just final opening thoughts from you, sir. In terms of this push that we have seen towards EdTech, in your experience over the past year or so, what has worked, what hasn't worked so well?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on board. Look, we are an external, so we actually offer a service of teaching online safety and digital life skills in the schools. So what's happened is we've actually been almost on the outside, liaising and working and communicating with the kids about their life and their life skills during the pandemic and during e-learning. And it's been really, really fascinating, because I think what's really interesting is I would agree with I think it was Miles, that look, it wasn't a smooth process at all. But I think kudos to all the teachers that they managed to really pull it off. And I think to Daniel's point, that there have been some really great results. However, as humans, we're all incredibly different. That's really the challenge here. And this is a three-legged stool, education now. It's one leg is education, the teaching. The other one is now technology, i.e. edtech. And the other one is humanity. How are we feeling in the spirit of the environment without our friends and so on? And I think that often we are talking about learning outcomes, but we need to understand the impact of the human outcomes as well. Because I think with EdTech, we can really push forward and we can get those results. But I also feel like we might be dropping the ball around certain soft skills and the importance of things like exercise, kindness, compassion, face-to-face, all of these things. These are incredible. They actually will be the catalyst to work with technology later on. And I think, my big point is, I think we've done well. I think it hasn't been easy. I think the kids have done well. Huge dibs to the teachers and to the owners of these education institutions. But I really believe we're missing a huge trick, because we keep still looking at test results and exam results, yet I'm seeing and getting feedback from thousands of students about their mental well-being and what's happening with their friends and the consumption of media, fake news, disinformation, increased screen time. So have we given them the regulation tools to be able to step in and out of e-learning, in and out of socializing and so on? It's a heck of a complex balance, but I love it.
I'd love to know what the kids have been saying that you've been talking to about their experience in the online learning space over the past year. I mean, you do raise a very important issue around mental health and mental wellness, which has grown in prominence over this past year. But what have the kids said about being on the other side of the laptop?
100%. It's a great question. At the end of November, we did a survey. It was only into 3 schools. We got a sample of 265 answers to 10 questions. And we asked them which of our 8 modules, 8 lessons that we have around digital life skills. So that is privacy and security, digital footprint, digital identity, sexuality online, and so on. And we asked them, which is the #1 lesson you would like right now? 31% chose mental health, being the leader. Number 2 at 20% was focus and attention. There's a direct correlation there to the noise inside our heads that comes with a life lived online. And we work with a brains trust of cognitive therapists, neuroscientists, sexologists, privacy advocates. And we are in this, because we offer this octagonal prism to a child's life online, everything from security to sexuality to identity, to opportunity, to actually digital excellence and digital exploration. We are hearing from all these experts their own individual views, but we're sitting in the middle going, wow, this is fascinating. If only they could hear what they were saying, and if only they could hear what the kids are saying. And I really feel like we're stuck in this in the middle of this incredible puzzle at the moment at My Social Life. And, you know, I think it is not a straight line. I think we've done well with e-learning. But I mean, look, even in terms of, for example, learning methods, you know, if we look, so many clues lie in the way that they consume media, apps and games. It's all right there. And the level of excitement and inspiration and motivation and what makes them click. There's so many clues right there, right in front of us. But we need to try and keep up with that. And that's what's hard for teachers, is that they're tired. And so that is the piece, is that we need to be attuned to their world, but we also need to have real energy and passion. And we need to use some of the more modern tools to teach them. And we need to touch base with who they are as humans. It's so complex.
And I think that you do introduce a very critical element to this conversation of EdTech and e-learning, and that is ensuring that the balance of soft skills, interacting, and just the humanity aspect of it is also maintained. And I think it lends itself to the theme of blended learning and the hybrid learning systems, which we'll probably touch on throughout the discussion. But let's get into these exciting new technologies that are transforming the face of education as we see it, as we know it. On the continent. Dan, what is topping your list in terms of the technologies that are exciting you the most at this stage in the learning process?
Actually, it might be a surprise to people, but really the ability to do the kind of online, fully interactive learning that we've been doing has been a big one for me, as well as the ability to do simulations. We do simulations, for example, for engineering, since people were not able to come in and work with equipment. Much of the other technology that's coming along really falls on the Gartner hype curve. And I think Tom Bennett, the prior speaker, put it pretty well in his 2015 OECD report, showing that the schools, or the school systems that were scoring the highest in the world on the PISA test also had the lowest use of technology in the classroom. Finland, Singapore being 2 examples there. So much of what is being pushed in EdTech right now, things like AI and gamification, are great if you are getting students to learn their first math facts, for example. You have to memorize the multiplication tables. Yes, you can learn it from first principles, but ultimately you need to memorize it. And gamification works great with that. But when you are getting into secondary school and university, when we're talking about learning skills that have to be applied, and that involve interaction with other human beings. There is no AI that has ever been developed that can deal with that. There is no gamification, because in order to judge whether somebody is making a proper application, especially if you're allowing for out-of-the-box lateral thinking like Edward de Bono talked about, it won't fit in any predetermined answer or algorithmically determined answer. So we're hearing so much about this kind of ed tech, and it's got its place, but by the time you get to secondary school, and certainly by the time you get to university, most of it just is not fit for purpose. And coming out of more than 20 years in the IT industry and having experience with AI, I can tell you it probably won't be fit for that purpose for the foreseeable future.
Sure. Quite an interesting view there. Dr. Felix, your thoughts? I mean, we've seen quite a lot of innovations happening in this space in the past 12 months, 14, 15 months or so, as the education space has been one of those last sectors to really be disrupted by technology. But with the innovations that have come out, so which ones have interested you the most, and which ones do you think could be quite applicable for your students in Zimbabwe?
Well, we operate in the secondary school space, and so our focus mainly looks at the technologies that enable the delivery in the teaching and learning, and for us mainly it's technologies that have to do with assessment tools. I did mention earlier on, I mean, it can sound naive, but I did mention earlier on about, the use of, Google Forms, for example, to provide assessment and to track student progress. I know, within the greater scope of assessment, you speak of big data and how can be used to improve student performance and the like. But I think the secondary school space is slowly probably also moving towards the use of big data in that sense. But I'm more concerned about the technologies that enable teaching and learning to take place. And, simplistically, I'll tell you that the blending of, the change that the application of WhatsApp or social media, as it were, which I think at the moment, I think we have got almost about 4.32 billion people using the social media space. And most of it now increasingly is being used for education. And so in our experience, what we have been doing, as I mentioned before, is, a teacher records a lesson on Zoom, which they then share with the students on WhatsApp to mitigate for those students who find it hard to connect to live lessons on Zoom. And that alone has created a phenomenal impact on the learning experience for the students, because when they use a pre-recorded lesson that's running on WhatsApp, which has got low data consumption, they can play that video over and over. Is the voice of the teacher, is the teacher explaining, and if they've got any questions that they have, then they can text the teacher through WhatsApp that, can you explain this point? And the teacher can, and these are very practical solutions that we are seeing emerging within our space here in Africa. So, of course, there are high sounding bites about, the technologies that are finding. And some of those, unfortunately, they probably might not actually have much impact on the African space, because, as we said before, we are struggling with the basics of which are the basic technologies that we can actually apply to make, learning happen, within our space. So I would say, for me, it's mainly been, WhatsApp, Zoom, and the Google Class. And of course, within the Google Class, the experience of the use of the assessment tool, which is the Google Forms.
I must say, Dr. Felix, you've got very disciplined secondary students there. I can tell you of a number of secondary students I've engaged with who, when they have been on their phone or on WhatsApp, it hasn't been to listen to their teacher lecture over and over again. It's been to do other things. Perhaps you need to share the playbook with us there. But Miles, just your comment as we stay on this theme about the technologies that we should be excited about. And just adding to that, we should be excited about and the technologies that will actually help reach the presently unreachable and those who actually cannot afford to access these technologies at the current rate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's going to continue to be the question. You know, we need to resolve that access dilemma as well as the device dilemma. We need that kind of, to eliminate those barriers of inequality that exist so that, within those environments, then all these new innovations can really kind of flourish, because that's what we really need. Just in terms of the next kind of technologies, I think I agree with Daniel and Felix. I mean, datafication I think that's definitely a significant trend that we will see more increase of. It has been around for some time, but I think certainly a lot more educators have been exposed to its capabilities, and I think we'll see a lot more institutions investing in what they can do with that and what they learn about their learners as well. Also, I think in terms of remote assessment capabilities, obviously there's a necessity in place at the moment. The academic years and programs need to continue. So, we work with one particular partner who's enabling that and has a very specific and innovative approach to doing that. So I think those types of solutions definitely will come to the forefront as well. Yes, I mean, there's also, I think, a lot of institutions have kind of dropped back from the sort of techno-romanticism that existed for a long time. That, again, technology is the panacea that's going to be able to resolve a lot of our issues. And, they're putting in place these solutions that are potentially going to solve all these challenges. But I think, as Dr. Duggan made the point earlier, that this contextualization around the challenges that exist for certain institutions, the context, you talk about the data access issues. I mean, that's a really real, very lived experience for a lot of African students. So we need to be able to kind of overcome that challenge. And then educators need to move to the point where they're actually deciding what's right for them, for their context, for their institutions, and ultimately for their stakeholders, those students. And I think that's going to come from a lot of sort of internal reflection around how successfully they've managed to deal with the pandemic, the things they've put in place to try and resolve the challenges they've experienced there, and then into the future, obviously sharing a lot more information, understanding what they can do with the budgets they have and the support that they get from government. Maybe there's sort of rethinking around the overarching strategy that institutions and both governments have as well. And it is within that context that we can then enable more educators to kind of critically analyze and think very hard about the right types of technologies that are going to be in place. I mean, I think innovation, as we've seen, it's happening, even faster. There are even, greater sense of offerings available and technologies that can apply. But I think it's really, really important that it has to be given to teachers who have the right kind of skills to be able to apply them in the right way. And I think the leadership in those institutions and across every single region around the world, particularly for Africa, is enabled to understand what they're going to do for their learners and that they should really make the best use of them.
I think I'll stay on the point that you've just discussed, Miles, regarding connectivity, because I mean, we can talk about all these wonderful technologies until the chickens come home. I think that's the saying, but nonetheless, I think the point is received. We can talk about these technologies, but if we don't have enough of these technologies in the hands of the young people that need them, we're talking over our heads. And at the same time, beyond the devices, if there isn't that connectivity and that consistent data, Dr. Felix, you mentioned even consistent power supply, then again, I mean, it's working with solutions right now that are not applicable in an African context. So can I ask the panel to share their thoughts and their views from the various lenses in which they have come in with this conversation on addressing the issue of connectivity. Dean, would you lead us in here? The issue of connectivity and inclusivity, your thoughts on how we can best deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I was going to say great panel because all of these points are really so valid. And I think it's very easy for us to get stuck in the emerging tech and the innovations, but actually we have a problem with basic access, basic education and inclusion. So that's really where we are as a continent and as a country. So, there have been really amazing things. There are things which are either being offered and created by educators and technologists, something like there's a gentleman called Dylan at Win-Win, and they are offering almost like a little set-top box that you would get your TV signal for. And inside that has all of these courses, but it also has a little, I don't know how it works, but some type of Wi-Fi signal that allows it to be sent to the various students, to be shared, and also to be able to be put up on a screen. So it's almost like a Wi-Fi signal and the curriculum inside a box, and it keeps being sent. So it can go to rural villages and just act as like a one-size-fits-all connection and curriculum teaching pack. It's super clever. But let's look at something that, say, wasn't built by somebody that's tried to innovate something new. There's a global app, for example, Share It. It's 1.8 billion downloads. I think it's 500 million monthly users, comes out of Singapore, has been very large around the world. That offers zero data sharing. Now, in India, for example, that means that people can actually transfer the curriculum or the specific exercises or the videos, and this is key for learning, that the videos can be transferred at zero data. And that's just an app. It's specifically more of an Android app than an iOS app, but still that serves the larger majority. So something like Share It's been really, really good as well. And I suppose that's the first part of it. So either people that are making the ability to give access and inclusion, or perhaps things that you can buy off the shelf or the app store, that's another thing. But I think a missing piece that we haven't really discussed is that's great, but what happens around the teachers, the instructors? Who are the instructors inside the EdTech? Who are the instructors inside the school, the rural school? Who's helping them? Who's giving them the teaching tools? For example, we teach teachers and parents and students and psychologists because we believe those are the four groups that will catch the student in one way or the other in the area that we work, which is different to everybody else. But I do think it's really important. Like, one of the most basic innovations is an incredible teacher that is passionate. So yeah, I'll stop talking.
Agreed. Agreed, and I think that would be very welcomed, particularly in the households of our parents who have had to kind of put a teaching hat on, and teaching hasn't been their passion, parenting perhaps, definitely. But just to get back to the seriousness and the focus of this, the issue of connectivity and inclusivity, and also the issue that Dean did raise regarding making sure that the teachers are also part of this educational process. Dan, your thoughts here?
Yeah, so I think that connectivity is a huge issue. We definitely experienced it more at our campus in Ghana than we did at our campus in Dubai, where high-speed internet access is the normal situation. We were really blessed in Ghana that Vodafone stepped up and allowed us to specify certain IP addresses that were for the university and zero-rated all the data to that IP address, which allowed us to do our teaching online without the students having to pay for data or use up their data. So that kind of corporate charity was hugely important in helping students get through the pandemic, but that's not the ultimate answer. I think it's a good start, because governments and society have determined, rightly so, that universal education is a greater good and a social good. I really believe that governments and taxpayers, especially corporate taxpayers, should contribute to a fund that provides data access for all students from kindergarten all the way through completion of the university, so that they can participate in online learning activities, whether it's from their mobile phone or their laptop, at no cost to themselves, because the benefit back to society is going to far exceed the cost.
Agreed. I mean, you're calling it a corporate charity. The panel that I discussed this issue of closing the skills gap and ensuring that the education process was more inclusive called it corporate responsibility. And Dr. Felix, I'd like to get your thoughts here. Is the private sector taking a lot more responsibility in this process of ensuring that all these wonderful technologies that do emerge are accessible to all the students that want to enter your institutions? Is the private sector got a bigger role to play here, and how do they? Is the contribution to a fund perhaps even the solution, as Dan has indicated?
Yeah, I think I share the same thoughts with those expressed by Dan. The corporate social responsibility, I thought couldn't have become much more needed at this point, particularly during the pandemic. We did see, I think one of our local providers here, they did provide data packages for students, but while they were really helpful in my opinion, but I just felt that they could have gone a little bit further than what they did. But also, if there was a sort of a concerted effort by all players within the telecoms space that have got access to provision of data, if they come together and create some kind of a provision for the students, both in the private education and in the public schools. And as we speak at the moment, that's the biggest challenge here in Zimbabwe, because the students don't have access to. So most of the students that are in government schools, most of them are not having access to learning at the moment. They wait for that time when schools are physically opened. And I just think that we could do better. I mean, if like Dan said, if the government on the other side would come together with the private sector to put their hands together to try and do something to make sure that students have got access to. I'm beginning to think, as somebody who runs a tech school, I'm beginning to think that access to data should actually be made a human right like water, because this is, I mean, all these kids, they're digital natives, and we're talking of digital natives globally, but we still have got very much limited access in most parts of the world, where students have got no access to, to basic data for them to have access, to education. So yes, I do feel that the corporate sector and the government, they've got a big role in trying to break this this barrier of access to data by all the kids that are of school-going age.
We actually have a question that has come through from the audience, Miles, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to answer it for us as we begin to wrap up this discussion. My director has said that, can you please be brief? Time has fast gone away from us. But the question is, Miles, what would be the best way to leverage and translate live streaming learning experiences for offline platforms? I'm hoping you got that.
Yes, it is. So, I mean, there are a number of different tools that, institutions can use. There's a number of online subscription tools that are also available to do that. But obviously, these things cost money. So I think institutions really need to think about how they're going to fund that, and then obviously how they integrate that into their learning programs as well. So, I mean, YouTube does have kind of versions of that where you can download, specific videos you want as well. And there's other specific tools as well that enable you to upstream and then videos onto the internet, and then also download for your use as well. So I mean, I think just any quick Google search will reveal the number of different service providers, and then institutions need to kind of just work out what's relevant for them, and again, who they actually needing to provide that for. We're talking about data, so I think one significant consideration is that the learning experience for many African students is inherently mobile. And oftentimes we're applying, very fancy tools with, that we need big budgets for, but don't necessarily suit the needs of the end user. So I think that's a critical piece of thinking that needs to be applied. If you're going to be applying a tool like that, you really, really need to think very carefully about who the people are that are going to be consuming that, so that they have the best chance of obviously, being able to use it, and then it becomes valuable to them.
Well, thanks so much for that response, and it does bring us to the end of this particular discussion, a very important discussion, and it has been quite comforting to hear the excitement about all the technologies that have been used across your various institutions. It has also been quite notable to hear that the outcomes haven't been the same across the board, and it has mainly been as a result of the different levels of access that students have to these technologies, which is certainly a point that does need to be addressed. Who leads it? Is it the private sector taking a lot more responsibility as opposed to charity? Is it governments also edging the private sector a lot more into this direction with perhaps a more favorable environment for them to invest? Whoever it is, or if it is a case of all stakeholders being on board, it certainly does need to happen at a very, very quick pace, because this inequality gap that we have witnessed over the past year certainly cannot continue to expand in the wrong direction if we are going to bring social stability onto this continent. But with that said, I'd like to thank you guys for your participation. That was Dan Atkins, the Group CEO of Transnational Academic Group, Dr. Felix Panganai, the founder and director of the Windsor School of Excellence in Science and Technology in Zimbabwe, Miles Thies, the director of Digital Learning Services at the Eiffel Corp, as well as Dean McCaubrey, founder of My Social Life. And we do have Zinati back in studio to take us to, I think, the final lap, right? The final lap of what has been quite a very interesting and engaging and insightful and informative day.
Education is not all about textbooks and work-related skills development. Even in the field of sport, online learning is becoming more prominent.
We meet South Africa cricket legend and coach Gary Kirsten, now heading up an innovative coaching platform called Coach Ed Cricket. He tells us about coaching cricket in pandemic times.
International cricket legend Gary Kirsten played 101 tests and 185 ODIs for South Africa during an 11-year international cricket playing career. Kirsten then went on to coach the international cricket team between 2008 to 2011, helping Team India winning the ICC Cricket World Cup in India. This was India's first win since 1983. Migrating back home, Gary then coached the Proteas from 2011 to 2013. Cricket South Africa reached #1 in the ICC Test rankings during this time. Adding to the accolades of his coaching career, including Hobart Hurricanes, Big Bash League, and more, he established his global cricket business, Gary Kirsten Cricket, which continues to provide coaching and consulting services to cricketers. This all led to establishing Coach Ed Cricket, a global online cricket coach accreditation and education platform, which enables coaches around the world to join one of the largest coaching communities and learn from some of the best minds in the game.
Coach Ed Cricket is an online coach education platform that provides an opportunity for any cricket coach to get access to a higher level of coach education. I think we have found that coaching is such an important part of a cricket player's journey, that we want to give as much quality content around coaching to coaches as possible. I think taking it online was born out of us as coaches about 4 years ago, trying to work out an alternative way of becoming better certified as a coach. Currently, coach education around the world is quite linear. In other words, you have to qualify through the levels and then you get invited onto the courses. So creating an online environment has helped any coach get access to the level of coach education that he requires and he wants. There's a lot of aspiring coaches out there wanting to become better certified. So that was the reason taking it online. I think the impact that COVID has had on the world is it it was fortuitous for us in many ways that we were kind of ready with this product when COVID broke out in March last year. As I said, it had been taking us 4 years to develop and engineer this thing online, with a lot of expertise on the tech side, which we didn't have. We're cricket coaches. So once we got that up and running and we were able to transact online and we were able to connect with our customers, it became much easier and allowed for easier accessibility. I think coaching as a practical kind of hands-on career and how does it work online, we were very aware of the issues around that. Obviously, when you are qualifying yourself up as a coach, you will need to kind of get your hands dirty and show to those that are qualifying you what you are made of. But we found that it was a great opportunity to be really innovative. And we thought, can we use technology to get a real good feel for the quality of a coach? So our elite course has done just that. The coaches that participate in the elite program have to send videos in as part of their assignments, showing us how they would deal with various situations that they would be confronted with as a coach. And we found it actually to be really effective in getting a good understanding of a coach's kind of interventions and the way we can help them just become a better version of themselves. To give you one example, we will send an assignment out and ask the coaches that they have to present a video on dropping a player and what that intervention looks like. And it's been incredible to see the responses that we've got across 4 cohorts, now 80 coaches, and how they've put that together. And I've been very encouraged by it that it's worked really well. Our courses aren't endorsed or recognized by any kind of cricket education higher authority. We do have key partnerships with professional cricket entities. You will see that on our website. We've partnered up with 3 professional franchises in South Africa, in the Lions, the Dolphins and the Titans. So we assist them in the rolling out of their coach education across their jurisdiction. We've also partnered up with the South African Cricket Players Association, and we've also got a partnership with the Professional Cricket Association in the UK. So those are the professional entities that endorse Coach Ed as a credible coaching body of work. And I think as well, we have a brand that is well recognized in the coaching space. And through that, we get our credibility in the work that we do. I think the opportunity for a platform like CoachEd, which provides online coach education access, is the way of the future. If you look at the EdTech space at the moment, it's flying because it's a great opportunity to deliver content in a very user-friendly way and transcending jurisdictions. You don't have to, sign up 20 players in a year, fly them up to one destination and then run a course for a week at huge expense. So I think this is the way of the future. And I think this will go well past COVID as a way of creating some scale in qualifying coaches. Let's remember there are a lot of cricket coaches out there in the world. And it's our kind of vision to serve the game as best we can, where we feel, that we can get as many coaches as possible around the world qualified up to be able to do a good job. And I say that especially at the lower levels where you're getting a lot of schoolboy, schoolgirl coaches, a lot of club coaches who can really benefit from, the latest information in coaching and what they need to do to become a quality coach. I think the coach education space is still quite outdated in many ways and is really only serving, those coaches that are aspiring to, make a career out of it. We think this is a great opportunity to get a broader base of coaches through our 3 online products, just to become better versions of themselves, become more certified as a coach, so that they have credibility in their coaching as well. We launched in April last year.
Yeah.
And we currently have over now 2,500 registered users. So those are people that have signed up on the CoachEd platform. And we have in excess of 500 existing customers. So those are people that have actually transacted with CoachEd, that are consuming the content. And, the content is ongoing. It's not only just the courses which we designed over a period of 4 years. We're producing fresh content every week through our change room chats. So we do a hour segment every week with a coach from around the world or a player. Last Tuesday, we just had Brian Lara on the session for 45 minutes. He was unbelievable. I mean, just the knowledge that any coach could have got out of listening to that would have been, game-breaking for him as a coach.
Thank you so much to Gary Kirsten, who was interviewed by CNBC Africa's senior producer, Dewald Rademacher. Now, it is with great pleasure for me to introduce Nozipho Chabalala, CEO of The Conversation Strategist, who will be leading our next panel discussion on the topic, prioritizing education in financing decisions. Nozi, the last time we shared a stage together was at the Forbes Women Africa Leading Women Summit. Great to have you back.
Thank you so much. It's always lovely to be back home at CNBC Africa. Certainly one of the stages that I always consider home, and to be hosting such an important conversation on the financing of education. Now, we do know that the global pandemic has really impacted the perception and the mindset to financing education. And so in this conversation, we're going to unpack all of that and really begin to think about how do we make education part of the recovery pathway. But before we get started, we do have a short background package to set the scene for our discussion. Have a look.
Before the crisis hit, low and middle income countries already faced an education funding gap of $1.5 trillion a year. This gap has now grown. Education budgets need to be protected and increased, and it is critical that education is at the heart of international solidarity efforts, from debt management and stimulus packages to global humanitarian appeals and official development assistance. Solutions can come through government education budgets, public-private partnerships, development assistance, and private equity investments. Private markets offer an opportunity to invest in projects that contribute to economic and social development objectives. Some projects target specific social development objectives, such as providing quality education.
Let's meet our panel of experts bringing their voices, their insights, and their experiences into this conversation.
Dr. Kingsley Nyako, Ghana Member of Parliament for Kwadaso constituency and former Executive Secretary of the Ghana National Accreditation Board. Eric Ediahi, co-founder and partner at Verod Capital. Professor Alda Dutoy from the Department of Financial Management at the University of Pretoria. And the moderator is Nozipho Chabalala, CEO at The Conversation Strategist.
It's a big welcome to you, Kingsley, Eric, and Elda. And perhaps, Elda, I'm going to come to you first just for us to begin to scope and get an understanding of the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on education funding more specifically. What has been the impact on education funding?
Thank you, Nozipho. Yes, as the
Great. If I can first speak about the impact on education itself, tertiary institutions had to suddenly make teaching online available to everyone. And you would think in the 21st century, this is very possible, but we need to remember we are an emerging economy. So we cannot assume that all our students have internet access. We cannot assume everyone has electronic devices such as laptops or tablets. And internet access is not available everywhere. And in addition, our students had to leave their residences, go back home, maybe to less than ideal home situations. So the list goes on and on in terms of education in general. In terms of education funding, this has become a real crisis. I have first-hand experience of students who had to drop out of their studies because they just could not finance it anymore. And the 2021 National Student Financial Aid Scheme, which we generally know as NSFAS, exceeded 750,000 applications. That is 185,000 more than it was in 2020. So this universities have to help more students. The students don't have funding. Even the university model in terms of subsidy from the government has to change now, because we are not in effect residential at the moment. We are teaching distance education. Parents don't want to pay necessarily a residential education fee where we are teaching distance education online. So it just stacks up and becomes more and more of a problem the longer this kind of situation is going on.
Elda, I think that's a fantastic scoping by really just speaking to us about what the impact on higher education in particular really has been like. I do want to just maybe follow up with you before we actually get, into how we fund. You spoke about how the funding model needs to be different from here on because, as you said, you're not residential anymore. What are the conversations like between the sector and government? What are the conversations like between the sector and private investors, as an example? Is there an openness to this new way of education that we are likely never going to get away from? Because I don't see a scenario where education goes back to be fully residential like it was before.
Yes, that is definitely true. We are at the least going to have a hybrid system in future. At this stage, we are just trying to stay ahead, try to get funding, try to cope with the funds we have. So between the private sector and the university, not much has happened yet. And between government and the university, the government has a lot to cope with at the moment. So funding for higher education is not really a priority at the moment. So we are facing a few problems in future.
Yeah, Elda, that's fantastic. I mean, there are two hypotheses there that we're going to invite both Kingsley and Eric to test. Eric from the perspective of the private sector, and again going to Kingsley to look at the perspective of government and using Ghana as an example. But Eric, let me go to you first. I mean, we know that Virad is already investing in education. When you look at the impact of the pandemic on the education sector, has that influenced your mindset to funding education or your philosophy to investing in the education sector at all?
I think the key word there for us is technology, in a sense. Post pre-pandemic, we're very active in investing in the space. But post the pandemic, I think any investment we do in the space, if it's not technology enabled in a sense, we won't consider it. So technology has been a massive change for us. It's been a big change in our mindset, in that any investments we make in the technology sector has to have a big technology component to it, where there could be an online component in terms of education, providing education online, or using technology or various technological tools to provide that education. And we've seen one of the things we did with our investments is that we helped a lot of them pivot, or encourage a lot of them to pivot to a more hybrid solution of providing education.
So you're speaking about education, about technology being a differentiator now in your investment strategy. But what about the reality, Eric, that Elda has raised to say, look, whether you're looking at South Africa or any other market in West Africa or East Africa or Central Africa, we do have this reality of a digital divide. We do know that there is deep inequality in terms of accessing online education or technology-based education. How do we ensure that as technology becomes the differentiator, that we're not leaving learners and students behind in the process?
So government plays a big role in that. So of course, I mean, you have the private sector like us investing, but for education to be successful anywhere in the world, government has to play also a very important role. In Nigeria, where we have a few investments, there are few examples of state governments that have done a lot to provide data access or partnered with telcos to provide free data and different services to the bottom of the pyramid or low income students to give them access to I guess, technology or distribution of data or information for their learnings. So it's very, very important for government to also play a strong role in making sure that we deliver education across Africa. The private sector can't do it without government support.
Yeah, absolutely, Eric. I mean, we will circle back to public-private partnerships and also how might they need to be reconfigured in this new era so that we are able to deliver education at the last mile for every learner across the continent. But let me go to Ghana. Let me go to Dr. Kingsley. Dr. Kingsley, let's pull in the Ghanaian experience and ask you what has been the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Ghana's education system specifically?
Yeah, so as we see across the globe, Ghana has also received its fair share of the impact of COVID-19 on our school system. So if you look at access and participation of education in the country, there have been some problems. Access has been affected because of the closures of schools, and especially the vulnerable groups and those in rural areas. I mean, they had difficulties accessing education because of lack of internet facilities and funds for them to receive education, even though the government did her best by providing learning through the digital platforms on TV and radio. But those who don't have access in rural areas and deprived communities didn't benefit from education. And again, we've also seen that parents lost their jobs and businesses and all that. And because of that, they couldn't even provide educational goods and services for their children. And this also affected the country in some other ways. When it comes to impacts of COVID-19 on learning, we saw a disruption to learning across all levels because the children stayed at home about 10 months, and especially those at the basic schools suffered. We are also talking about lack of physical contact hours between the learners and the teachers. And for example, 60% of children were engaged in learning during their time at home. 60%. The question is, what about the 40%? What did they do? So these are some of the issues that confronted our school system, and especially teachers. Public school teachers were lucky. They received their salaries and their wages and their compensation, but those in private schools had issues, because these institutions are self-funded. They didn't get the needed resources. Some had to quit. Some didn't come back when schools reopened. So, I mean, by and large, the COVID-19 had a egregious effect on us. However, the government also put in very good interventions, at least to protect life, to protect children, and to keep the school running. You know what I mean? So even though there were issues, we were able to weather the storm in a way to ensure that the school system didn't completely jeopardize. You know what I mean? So I think that COVID-19 also, apart from this negative impact on our school system, also exposed us regarding what we have to do differently, interventions we have to put in our school system. For example, it exposed us in terms of infrastructure, classrooms that were inadequate and all that, us not having robust ICT infrastructure.
Yeah.
All these are positive impacts that we have to learn from. If you are able to put all these interventions in place, establishing a robust ICT infrastructure,
Yeah.
building more infrastructure, classrooms and all that, I think that it will help us to do things differently moving forward. So it's true that COVID-19 impacted on us negatively, but in a way, positively, there are lessons that we learned and some interventions that we put in place
Kingsley,
to the school move on.
Kingsley, I want to maybe just double click on those lessons because, again, I've heard you speaking about the lessons have been learned, and I want to bring in a little bit of what Elder started us off with, which is this idea that we're going to have to start funding differently. So I'm keen to understand from your perspective, what from a budgeting perspective, from a funding perspective, what is Ghana doing differently in the education sector, if at all?
Okay, so as we speak, government has been funding education from its own sources, largely from government of Ghana, budgetary allocation, from internally generated fund, and all that. But because of COVID, as we speak, Ghana has not put in place specific intervention of funding regime to fund our school system. What the government has done is that there have been introduction of new taxes, and these new taxes are supposed to increase our resource envelope. And we believe that when that is done, we will get additional resources to channel into our school system. I mean, we put some taxes on, health sector recovery, the banking sector, sanitation, and all that. And we believe that the expanded resource envelope will help us to be able to fund, educational goods and services. So government is looking at all available options. And don't forget that within this COVID era, there's burden on governments.
Yeah.
People have lost their jobs and all that. So any intervention has to be gradual. You need to first make sure that the fundamentals of the economy are strong. You have to bring the economy back on track. Create jobs and all that. And when these are done, and you want to introduce any additional burden on the citizens to get more resources into education, then complaints will be minimized. Because if you're not careful and you begin to bring in more burden on citizens, there are going to be agitations and all that. And this can destabilize governments. So I believe that we have to make sure that the funding gap in education is closed. But we must be circumspect in doing that. Otherwise, there will be negative consequences from society.
Kingsley, I'm going to pause you there. I'm going to just pause you there for a second because I think you've raised something very important. And Elder, I want to come to you with this question. Listening to Kingsley's response and this idea that we need to be very careful about the sequencing of the recovery, that it needs to be the recovery of the economy, it needs to be the creation of jobs before we get to education. I would be very keen to hear your reaction to that because a part of what we've been hearing is that this is an economic and health crisis, but listening in on this conversation and the impact and the long-term impact on the education sector, one would imagine that education needs to be a priority and that the sequencing needs to be interrogated. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I definitely agree with you that we cannot put education on the back burner while we are looking at other issues. I know that other issues are important. Health, getting the economy back on track, that is important. But there is a bit of a lack of concern. There is in our South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, I could not find any allocation for education, especially higher education. And our Director of Institutional Planning at the University of Pretoria, Gerald van Genge Oma, recently wrote in the Conversation South Africa that countries such as Denmark, France, Taiwan, Colombia, Indonesia, so even our emerging economies in the world, are providing funding support for universities or students in response to COVID-19. While South Africa's reprioritization budget reduced planned expenditure for higher education, including the NSFAS scheme. So this is difficult to understand, seeing that we project significant job losses and more students will need support. If you even look at the US, already in March last year, they passed a bill that allocated approximately $14 billion to higher education through an emergency relief fund, specifically for the COVID situation that we're in. So for me, this is really concerning. I do understand we have to prioritize health and welfare. There's people who are really struggling, but we cannot ignore education. We need educated people to fill important jobs in future.
Yeah, it's such an incredible debate that we're having, because one of the words that I think Kingsley used, which is interesting, is the phrase was, burden on government. And I think that's where we potentially need to begin to interrogate our mindset, to say, is this an opportunity for governments and private sector in partnership to fund education differently and have a systemic impact on the future that we're marching towards? Or are we going to see education as a burden and the funding of education as a burden? And what are the consequences of that? Maybe the question, just a very quick follow-up question to you, Elder, is just as at a broad scan, you've already made the point that in South Africa, there was almost zero allocation to higher education in the recovery plan. How does that compare to trends on the continent or around the world? Is this something that is evident elsewhere, that we have forgotten education and maybe even higher education in the recovery conversation?
Yes, definitely. I cannot really speak for the continent of Africa, but definitely on an international scale. We are not prioritizing education, and there is just no plan for supporting our students, supporting our universities with everything that they need.
No, that's and of course that's a worrying trend that we need to be keeping our eye on because of those long-term effects. So Eric, I do want to come to you, because I think for the most part of this conversation now we've been focusing on the challenge and the impact of the pandemic. Let's switch gears now and begin to talk about some opportunities to really fund. What about the private markets? What about the private markets? Can they be better leveraged to access funding for education?
So I think there are two parts to that. On the private market, you have, of course, private players like myself who invest in education. But I'd like to reiterate that for that to be successful in today's times, government needs to also play a role. So on the private side, there are different kind of funding instruments that we can provide to fund education, fund private education. But there's a broader scale in the market, in a sense that you also need to target every aspect of the economy, every aspect of the social, economic, geographic in that sense. So, but in doing that, government support is critical. We've started exploring things like social bonds of impact bonds in that sense. We're partnering with also institutions like CDC or FMO, the larger institutions that provide DFI funding and impact funding. So I think it's not a one size fits all. It's something that needs to be done in combination with private sector and governments to create those unique funding instruments for them.
Yeah, and certainly the point you've made also earlier, Eric, is around those public-private partnerships, and that government also needs to come to the party. I wonder, though, if we look at trends, Eric, whether we can see a pattern of a growth in private sector-led education assets, whether it is, primary schools, secondary schools, or tertiary institutions that are actually outside of the scope of government control, and whether you see this as an emerging opportunity in the market that we could also be looking to, given some of the slowness we've seen in government to deliver. Could we see private players go more aggressively into education, given the fact that the demand is not going to go away with an increase and growth in the population?
So we've seen a lot of that in the last 5-6 years in Africa. Companies like Bridge has come in and provided great services at affordable prices, and we see a lot of that also on the higher echelons of the market. We've at Vero have invested a bit in K-12, also university education, and we're going to continue to see that. And with technology also, I think what Bridge has done, and I feel like companies we've seen have done, is really use technology as a way to also make it cheaper to deliver education. And as you see more innovation in the markets, you're going to see a lot of that also changing the way investors approach that space. And a lot more of those will translate into more and more investments and a push for private sector to make profits from education. So the short answer to that is yes, you're going to see an increase in that in the next couple of years.
Absolutely. And of course, you spoke about social bonds as just one of the financial instruments that could be more effectively used. What results have you had with social bonds, and what do you think the scope is for them to be even more effectively used in the market?
We're just working on one. I've been involved in one in the past and currently trying to do that on the firm-wide basis. With some success. In other cases, we've not had great success. I guess in markets when we started it a few years ago was not the right time for it. But I think now there are a lot more opportunities to deploy in that space. But more interesting, I think there's also a massive interest from the foreign markets and DFIs and impact investors who see that as a way to give back to the community. Or to Africa in that sense, and are willing to participate and invest in these bonds. So I think the market is just beginning. I think in the next 3-4 years, you're going to see a rush of those social bonds and things like that facilitates investing in education.
That's really interesting. As you speak about, DFIs potentially even stepping more into this opportunity and unlocking financing from that perspective. And I want to come back to you, Kingsley, because I think I'd love to hear your voice reacting to that particular suggestion. But let's talk just a little bit around whether the government of Ghana has sought to look at private markets as one of the pools out of which it can source funding for education. And what are your thoughts on what Eric has just put on the table, that we potentially could see markets opening up, more players like DFIs coming forward, more international players or foreign players coming in to participate? Would Ghana be open to business in that regard?
Of course, but before I go further, I want to indicate that our budget for this year increased by 40% as compared to last year's figure. We made a budgetary allocation for education of about $2.6 billion, equivalent to 15 billion Ghana cedis. And we believe that this is a step in the right direction, even though its percentage share to our total budget was about 12.1%, a drop from the previous 15%. For us, we know that leveraging the private sector in supporting educational development is key. Government alone cannot shoulder the responsibility, especially in African countries. You realize that our economies are depressed. Most African countries are saddled with debt and all that. I'm not saying that we need to put education on the back burner. Obviously, education must be on the front burner, but we need to be strategic in our approach. We need to do targeted investment so that we don't end up burdening African economies. For me, that is very important. The need to go for social bonds is okay for us if we can invest in critical sectors within the education environment. Because COVID-19 has exposed us, it has made us to know that there are inadequacies in our school system. And if we want to progress as a continent, if we want our respective countries to grow, then we need to invest hugely in education. But in doing so, as I said earlier on, we have to be very careful. In my constituency, for example, even in the midst of COVID, when they call me, they are asking for their roles to be faced. They are asking for their roles to be faced. They're not even talking about education. I don't think that they don't value education, but they feel that that is also a need that must be met. So leveraging the private sector in terms of social bond and all that are laudable. That is where I think that we have to go. And again, because of the debt burden on African countries, I want to suggest that there should be a period of debt forgiveness or cancellation for African countries, especially those that are very depressed and vulnerable. Or these debt cancellations or forgivenesses could be targeted in investment in certain aspects of education development in our respective countries. Okay, for us, this will help us to grow our education, to build more human capacity, to develop our manpower, to identify talents in order to propel our respective countries forward. Ghana did so well in the midst of COVID. So many investment. Teachers sat at home for about a year, but they still receive their salary. Okay, in the midst of lack of productivity, in the midst of dwindling resource envelopes, because government thinks well of education, teachers were still paid. Even in private institutions, government provided stimulus packages, not even for all of them. Some of them benefited. The idea was to keep them educating our human resource that we need to make progress as a nation.
So, Kingsley, I want to maybe just pause on a point that you've made. I must say that it's a part of the conversation that I haven't heard in the global conversation in relation to funding as part of the recovery path out of this global pandemic, and this idea that we could potentially should be looking at the cancellation of debt around specific sectors, education being the one that is case in point right now. How is that conversation going? In which global spaces is this conversation taking place? And maybe as one African to another, to ask the courageous question whether that plays into the perception that Africa will always want to be bailed out instead of raising its own competitiveness to attract investment from the rest of the world, instead of borrowing and then wanting that debt to be cancelled. And I ask this question simply because it would not be the first time in Africa's history that debt cancellation is a conversation that is on the table. To you, please, Kingsley.
Yeah, so, we've talked about a whole lot of solutions that will help us to fund education. I just talked about leveraging the private sector in terms of raising bonds and all that, but that cannot be the only solution. I also talked about investment in productive sectors of the economy in terms of building our human capital. But I'm also saying that the pandemic brought untold hardships on most countries, especially developing ones and emerging economies. And these are facts. And the point is that we have to find a way of asking our donors that because of the extraordinary situation that we find ourselves in, they should think about forgiving, because this debt that is being ballooned largely was due to the pandemic. And I'm saying that if we get the free space, then we can use our internally generated resources to build capacity to put our economies back on its sound footing. And we are asking for. It doesn't mean that we are coming up in arms, holding our cup in our hands, just asking for aid, and later on asking for forgiveness. We find ourselves in a unique situation A pandemic is ravaging so forcefully, and something has to be done. And if it is not done at the right time, there'll be a spillover across or beyond the borders of the continent of Africa. Africans are hardworking, but we have been hit by this pandemic. That's why I'm making this position clear. I've not heard this being discussed anywhere. I feel that if that window is open, it will give us the space, the fiscal space, to be able to focus on building critical aspects of our education system to make it more robust. I can tell you that when COVID happened, we have seen that African countries have been exposed. Those in rural areas, for example, they don't have access to electricity. Some don't even have access to internet facilities. Some don't even have access to Android phones. How do they receive education? And if COVID-19 is not arrested very soon and it lingers into another year, third year, fourth year, tell me which country, especially developing country, can survive if some of these interventions like debt cancellation or forgiveness is not factored into the discussion. And I think that it's a ready discussion that we must hold. In addition to other interventions like seeking private sector support, cutting down on corruption in our country. And it's also important, if you're able to cut down corruption, we can have the needed resources. In Ghana right now, tax incentives alone cost us $2 billion annually. Tax incentives for businesses. So if you have this 2 billion, and I'm telling you that this year our education budget was about 2.6 billion, and we are losing $2 billion in tax incentives. Look at what this can do. So we need to have discussions about all these things, and all these things, when they come together, will help us to narrow the funding gap, not only globally but also within our specific jurisdictions.
Yeah, Kingsley, I think it's an excellent response and a very robust response, and I'm so appreciative of how you're showing up in this conversation. One of the things I want to do is to bring in the voice of our audience. Elder, there's a question from our audience that is saying, what about corporate CSI as one of the ways in which we can unlock private sector funding and target that towards the education sector? Would that work? Your thoughts on that, Elder?
It's good. It's good. You are bringing in this question. Just yesterday, myself and 8 of my colleague lawmakers, we sponsored a bill in Ghanaian Parliament, and the bill was to mainstream corporate social responsibility. Mainstream it, have a law passed that in a way will mandate businesses and corporations to at least have a certain legal regime to commit themselves properly and effectively in supporting our economies. And sadly, that bill, didn't see the light of day. But we are still of the opinion that if we are able to have a legal regime on corporate social responsibility, we then can have targeted and coordinated developmental paradigm from the private sector to supporting governments in developing our countries
Kingsley,
than the haphazard way that
Kingsley,
is done by.
I'm going to pause you for a second, simply because we're running out of time, and I'm really keen to also maybe just hear Elder's voice on this question. But I think, as you speak about a targeted, CSI paradigm, that is certainly very intriguing. And I can see Elder also nodding on the screen. But Elder, let me bring your voice in here. CSI as one of the ways in which we can make systemic impact in how we are funding education right now.
Yes, definitely. While Kingsley was speaking, I thought of the saying by Albert Einstein, who said that no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. So we need to think new. We cannot depend on government alone to save us. We cannot look to other countries to come and bail us out and relieve our debt. We need to think of new solutions, and corporate social investment is obviously a very good concept and idea. And we should encourage the private sector in that regard, give them incentives, give them tax rebates if necessary. But yes, we need to get that type of investments into our education system to make it better, because we're an emerging economy, and surely we want to become a developed economy. We don't want to be emerging forever. And to be able to do that, we need to become better. And we have shown that South Africans are quite innovative, and we can solve problems. So we just have to think of new solutions to this problem and don't look at government and other countries alone.
So, Eric, let me bring your voice now as we begin to wrap up. One of the underlying threads in this conversation has been about reimagining the public-private partnership. You spoke about government stepping up to their role. Kingsley spoke about the private sector stepping up to their role. I'm keen to understand, PPPs are not new in the conversation around financing. What might we need to do differently, Eric, in how we configure public-private partnerships if they are going to work in funding the emerging educational medium of instruction, which is mostly going to be hybrid or online? What do we do differently to ensure that these partnerships are effective and that they actually work?
So I think first, to some of Kingsley's points, with COVID-19, it's changed a lot of our perspectives. I think it's been a wake-up call across board for governments around the world in that sense. And government is now starting to see things in a different way. So on one side, I think private sector does need to do things differently, not just saying government. I think, yeah, I've spoke a lot about government and government stepping to the plate, but in all scenarios, government usually doesn't or would not step up to the plate. But using technology in a sense and innovative ways, from peer-to-peer lending to impact bonds or some of the things I've mentioned in the past, I think the private sector can actually take a step forward in getting that done. And hopefully governments, in terms of its power, there are many ways government can do that with regulation. I think regulation is one of the big tools the government has to enable this. And if it's tax breaks, government can give with people that donate to education, or CSR incentives that donate to education, or if it's tax breaks that government can give to investors like myself that contribute to education, or to telcos that provide internet access or data to for education services. Those incentives and those regulations will definitely help spur investments in education and help that grow. So in a sense, government has a lot of levers to pull. It doesn't necessarily have to be the budget or how much cash capital they put in the sector, but it can be definitely by use of regulation or other things that they have in their arsenal to enable investments by private sector into the education sector.
So I've got 2 minutes left, and I think the best way to utilize them is to try to give each of my panelists 30 seconds for a tweet. What would you tweet as one of the ways of just summarizing your thoughts and your views on this conversation? Now, let's remember, Elder, Eric, and Kingsley, that a tweet is no more than 140 characters. So no long statements this time, please. I'm just looking for a tweet. I'm going to go to Kingsley first because Kingsley's had the most to say today. So Kingsley, your tweet first. Short, sharp, concise, and to the point. What is the one thing you want us to walk away with in this conversation?
What I want to say is that COVID-19 has exposed us. We must do things differently and innovative in order to propel our education to a very formidable force in developing our respective countries.
Lovely, Kingsley. And of course, a bit longer than a tweet, but we certainly will make that formidable foe. I love that. Elder, let me put you on the spot. What's your tweet?
I'm going to use your hashtag, and I'm going to say rethinking and redefining education.
Lovely. Hashtag rethinking and redefining education. I don't know if you can do it any better, Eric. She's reduced it to a hashtag. What do you have?
Technology and innovation is the future of education, and it will require government support also.
Technology and innovation are the future of education and will require government and private sector support. It's a massive thank you to my panel. That's Dr. Kingsley Nyako, who is, of course, Member of Parliament for Kwadaso constituency in Ghana and former Executive Secretary of the Ghana NAB. Massive thank you to Eric Idai, who is the co-founder and partner at Virat Capital. And a big thank you to Professor Alda Dutoy of the Department of Financial Management at the University of Pretoria. It's been an absolute honor to be part of the Future of Education Summit and to take the discourse further as we work towards equipping new generations for the world of work and an exciting future. That's it from me, Zinati. Thank you so much for sharing this stage with me today.
Indeed, thank you very much, Nozipho. Well, innovation, rethinking, definitely thinking of new solutions as we chart a way forward in the education landscape and therefore the landscape of the new world of work. As always, a pleasure to share the stage with you, Nozipho. And that brings us to the end of a jam-packed and exciting day of intensive discussions on redefining the purpose of education. I would again like to thank the man who has made all this possible for the 7th year in a row, Mr. Rakesh Wahi, the founder of the Future of Education Summit and the co-founder, of course, of the ABN Group. And on behalf of Mr. Wahi and the ABN Group's Managing Director, Roberta Naika, a very big thank you to all our speakers, panelists, viewers and webinar guests for spending the last 5.5 hours with us. I'm sure you all agree it was an inspiring and a lively day that will influence our thinking about education as we move forward through COVID-19 to re-establish our battered economies and rebuild and improve our education systems.
Absolutely, Zinat, and of course to our webinar audience, a massive thank you to all of you for watching. Our CNBC Africa audience can stay tuned for our closing bell market shows right after this ad break.